Okay, Israel. We're back at it. Shabbat Shalom. I hope everybody's doing well. We're about to send our prayers up real quick and then do our little announcements and our shaloms to everybody. We'll do that after we send our prayers up. We want to kind of get right to it. Get your phones together. Barakatah Yahweh B'Shem Yahshai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Shem Yahshai.
Nothing a war. Zaywan. The water. Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the light this day. Thank you, so be it.
Okay. Oh, you got it already. Okay, cool. Barakatah Yahweh B'Shem Yahshai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Shem Yahshai.
Nothing
Rayak.
The water.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us sweet savor. Thank you, so be it.
That's the problem. It's in a different direction. Okay. They switched it up. Imagine, we'll point you on Yerushalayim.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Shem Yahshai. Nothing Shabbat. B'Shalom. The water. Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives us the Sabbath in peace. Thank you, so be it.
Psalms 121. Anasha, Ayanyamya, Ahoyam, Ma'aya, Yabu'a, Isaiah, Yabu'a, Jehovah, Sha'isha, Shemayim, Wa'awatiza, Ra'a, Yanathan, Ramawat, Regalia, Yala'a, Nawam, Shoshamoya, Ana, Yala'a, Nawam, Wala'a, Yashem, Shemamor, Yashua, Yahweh, Shemoya, Yahweh, Tazariah, Yanyamya. I'm sorry. Ayo, Yanyamya, Yad, Hashemash, Yala'a, Akaya, Bayawam, Wala'a, Harabara, Balayara, Yahweh, Yashemoya, Makor, Wai, Yashemor, Naposha, Yahweh, Yashemor, Hawalakia, Wabu'aya, Ma'aita, Wa'ai, Awalam. Amen.
Psalms 121 in English. I will lift up mine eyes into the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from Yahweh, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Yasha'Allah shall neither slumber nor sleep. Yahweh is thy keeper. Yahweh is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. Yahweh shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. Yahweh shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth, and even forevermore. Amen.
Amen. Israelite credo. Shema Yahshua, Yahweh, Eloheinu, Yahweh, Echad. Shema Yahshua, Yahweh, Eloheinu, Yahweh, Echad. Shema Yahshua, Yahweh, Eloheinu, Yahweh, Echad.
Deuteronomy chapter 6 verse 4. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our power is one Lord.
Lord's Prayer. Abanoah, Shabbat Shemayim, Kodesh, Hayah, Shemka, Yahweh, Malakwavka, Taba'ah, Ratazaka, Hayah, Aisha, Baratiza, Kawa, Hayah, Bashemayim, Netanelo, Lachom, Kol, Yawon, Wasalachalo, Chawatino, Chasalachalo, Chawatino, Wala'ah, Tabiano, Bonasawan, Abo, Hawashano, Mayan, Rai, Kaya, Laka, Amalakwa, Waha'ala, Wahatapara, La'arwana, Aman.
Lord's Prayer in English, Matthew chapter 6 verse 9. After this manner therefore pray ye, Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. Amen.
Amen. Ten Commandments. La'ah Yahweh. Lakah. Alahayim. Akoyim. Ayo. Panya.
Thou shalt have no other powers before me.
Number 2. La'ah. Ta'inah. Lakah. Kasam. Wala'ah. Ta'ibadam.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, nor serve them.
Number 3. La'ah. Falach Wachah. Shem. Yahweh. Bashawah.
Thou shalt not take unto thee any. Thou shalt not take unto thee. Say it again. One time. Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy power in vain.
Number 4. Zakor. Hayawam. Hashabbat. Lakwalashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Number 5. Kabad. Abaka. Ya'amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
Number 6. La'ah. Taratazah.
Thou shalt not kill, murder.
Number 7. La'ah. Tana'ah.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Number 8. La'ah. Tagalah.
Thou shalt not steal.
Number 9. La'ah. Ta'inah. Shakwar.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Number 10. La'ah. Ta'chamat. Kol. Asherah. La'raika.
Thou shalt not covet anything which is thy neighbor's.
Okay.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the law.
Israel Yeshabim.
Israel seated.
Okay, once again, y'all, I just want to shout out SOW Virginia, Houston, and Rochester. Hope your brothers are doing well. We'll be seeing you guys soon in Rochester for the Passover. Just for the record, our Passover is going to be our second Passover. For those who can't make the first, is going to be May 4th, and we'll give brothers and sisters the locations and the times. Just get with us, and we'll give all the details. But it's going to be May 4th. That was the best we could get on scheduling. I know it's a month afterwards, but that would be like 3 weeks afterwards. And the location that we chose was booked for that particular day, like May 11th. So we couldn't do it that way. So we're doing the best we can, and it's going to be May 4th. Also, if you guys might see something different on the screen just now, you see a Cash App sign. And if you're wondering why is Sword of Truth putting Cash App signs in the middle of their class, well, it's because we're trying to build a school. And in the midst of trying to build a school, funds are needed. We've gotten very far with blood, sweat, and tears and sacrifice and dedication. But we do need some assistance if possible. And all you got to do is, if you're watching online, if you're watching on your phone, just scan a picture of it, and whatever you can provide and bring to the table is greatly appreciated. Like I said, we don't do this often. We never do it. But what we're asking for is for a good cause. We're trying to get out of the building that we're at now and trying to establish our own structure and buy our own structure and put it together from the ground up. And that takes time, that takes resources, that takes monies. And we can use your help and your assistance in this process. So we appreciate it, but we're not going to sit back here and keep harping on it. We're going to get to the topic at hand. Once again, Tawada in advance for your commitment, and Tawada for your support. We really appreciate it. We went into last week, we dealt with those Tobiats and how there might have been one Tobiat or two Tobiats that had some kind of common sense, who made decisions and moves for the betterment of the nation. But for the most part, many of the Tobiat families had their own interests at heart, and they were really pro-Greek, and they were pushing the Greek way amongst the Jews that were trying to fight to keep the spiritual way, and there was a lot of clashing and infighting amongst the Jews, and this sets up the eventual downfall of the nation. But we'll go into that sooner than later. There was a part of Josephus' book 12 chapter 4 that we skipped over last week, and I want to go over that part now and then go over the topic at hand. So let's do this. Let's go to Josephus book 12. Book 12, chapter 4, paragraph 10. Okay, cool.
Page 321. Yep.
So let's do this. Let's read this.
Let's salute, brother.
Yes, we do. Lasha, get started. Is it this way? It's that way. Look at you.
Elisha, Shashabata, Ban Rabban, Bayashal.
Elijah, Shabbatah, Ban Rabban, Amachim. Whoop. Yahweh Hashem Shabbatah.
Y'all Bashim Shabritam.
All right. This is driving me crazy, bro. This way.
Well, you should have them this way.
Because this was on
Yeah,
this
I
side.
think we should have them this way, facing down like this.
That's
Or just like this, or
that's what it was. Nah.
No, but the thing is flipped the other way.
Yeah.
This wasn't it.
It's like, no, it's like this.
Can you do that for me? Because this is driving me crazy. What you gonna say?
am I reading just
Josephus for now. Well, matter of fact, was that
It was like this. It used to be like this.
righteousness? Thank you. Let's just do this. We're gonna need the Josephus soon, but I mean the Maccabees book soon. You bring that too, because they go kind of alongside with each other. So we're going to paragraph 10. Let's do it.
The Entries of the Jews, Book 12, Chapter 4, Paragraph 10. Line 223. At this time, Seleucus, who was called Sodom, reigned over Asia, being the son of Antiochus the Great.
So it's really Seleucus Philopator was his name. Seleucus the fourth Philopator. It was his time in power. He reigned for 7 years, and he reigned after Antiochus the third. So during Seleucus the fourth Philopator's reign, this happened.
Yeah. And now, Hyrcanus' father, Joseph, died. He was a good man and of great magnanimity, and brought the Jews out of a state of poverty and meanness.
So that was Joseph. Joseph died at this time, and he helped bring the nation out of a low estate. Now, he was a half-blood. We read that already. But he at least had Israel's best interest in mind along with his own. Okay? So, let's continue.
To one that was more splendid, he retained the farm of the taxes of Syria and Phoenicia and Samaria. 22 years.
So, for 22 years, he had control over the farming of the tax, the collecting of taxes, and that meant financial stability. That meant leverage and power for Israel to maintain themselves because of those decisions. But let's continue.
Also, it took a lot of pressure off our shoulders because of Onias not wanting to pay taxes.
Exactly. So he saved us. Joseph saved us out of economic collapse and a lot of negative attention from the Ptolemaic Empire. Okay, so now let's continue.
His uncle also, Onias, died about this time.
So Onias, the second, died at this time also. He was the guy of a small soul. Continue.
And left the high priesthood to his son Simon.
Mm-hmm.
And when he was dead, Onias, his son.
So now the high priesthood was in Simon the second. This isn't Simon the Just. This is Simon the second. So you had Simon the Just, then you had Eleazar, then you had Manasseh, then you had Onias the second, then you had Simon the second. Okay, so now he's in charge as a high priest. Read on.
God. And when he was dead, Onias.
So nothing much happened in Simon II's reign. When he died, Onias III was the one that was in charge and had the duty of retaining the high priesthood. What we're going to read about in the next chapter is Simon II had 3 sons, and it's very important because historically there is a lot of debate about this, what we're about to go into when we get to 2 Maccabees chapter 4. I don't want to go on to 2 Maccabees chapter 4, so today we're going to just focus on 2 Maccabees chapter 3. We'll get into that in a second. So, Simon II, he died, Onias III, now he's the leader of the high priesthood. Read on.
His son succeeded him in that dignity.
Mm-hmm.
To him it was that Arius, king of the Lacedaemonians, sitting an ambassador.
So during Onias III's reign is when a man named Arius, who was the king of the Lacedaemonians. The Lacedaemonians, when you go historically into the Lacedaemonian name, it was ancient Sparta.
Oh, I'm trying to keep up.
I know. It's a lot of names, and it's kind of like taking you around. What's that?
I was just trying to confirm. Onias III is the son of
Simon II.
He is.
Yes. So Simon II had 3 sons. Onias III was one of them. It's going to get even more confusing in a little bit when you find out that Simon II had 3 sons, and 2 of them were named Onias.
Oh, man. Oh, nice.
So it really throws a monkey wrench in understanding the tone of the story. It really messes you up. So, we're on Onias III, and everything is cool. And during Onias III's reign, a man named Arius, who was the leader of the king of the Lacedaemonians, reaches out to Onias III and lets him know this message. Read on.
He says, sending ambassadors with an epistle, the copy whereof here follows. Arius, king of the Lacedaemonians, to Onias, sendeth greeting. We have met with a certain writing, whereby we have discovered that both the Jews and the Lacedaemonians are of one stock, and are derived from the kindred of Abraham.
So what they've learned in their research up in Lacedaemonia, and I'm going to sit back here and show you a map real quick of Lacedaemonia. I had it, and I just want to make sure I pull up the right one. There you go. This one kind of gives you an idea of what we're dealing with. So, Lacedaemonia, if you look online on the screen, is in the orange. The green is additional parts, or the northern part of Greece. But Sparta is not just the city Sparta, it's the region of Sparta. And that's why they're referred to as the Lacedaemonians, the people of this southern region of Greece. They've come to the realization that their ancestry goes back to the Jews, and they are the seed of Abraham.
Very important to the New Testament.
That's very important to the New Testament as we continue to go on. And we'll explain why it's important to the New Testament.
So for new people, that means that even back then, Israel was getting scattered and losing their nationality, losing their heritage over time, and losing, their information.
Well, I'm gonna say this before we even go there, and I don't want to open this Pandora's box and make it too weird, but you notice that the king Arius said we're of the same seed of Abraham, because a lot of these ancient Israelites that brothers talk about in classes and breakdowns and explanations, they go into the fact that, let's just use, over the years in doctrine, it was taught that the people of Britain, the name Britain, came from the Hebrew, meaning Brit, meaning covenant man. Then you even get Spain. Spain comes from the name Iberia. Before Spain was named Spain, it was referred to as Iberia. But if you go and break down the root word of Iberia, it comes back to Eber or Iber. Ibar. And Ibar takes you back to Eber. Eber goes back into our history and deals with the Hebrews that had a knowledge of who they were post-flood. Okay? Why am I going into these scenarios? Because a lot of our people in Europe, the ancient Israelite Europeans, their knowledge of the Most High and their knowledge of being Hebrew stops at Abraham and Isaac and Jacob. This is why even your Lacedaemonian king isn't saying, hey, I'm from Dan. He's not saying, hey, I found out from Onias III that we're Levites. I found out that we're Judah. He's saying that we're of the seed of Abraham. Meaning we have that Hebrew lineage, and we're able to sit back here and trace back through our records that we have the lineage of Abraham. Because that was the depth of a lot of Israelites' understanding of who they were. Because a lot of men and a lot of people, and I'm not going to make this a breakdown because I don't have enough proof, but a lot of the spreading of Israelites from Greece westward, a lot of that came before we left Egypt. So just keep that in mind when we're sitting back here and trying to figure out where these people came from. Because these people had civilizations before we split in 700 BC with the northern tribes. I guess the question I've always had is when the tribes split up in 722 or so, the northern tribes got sent to Assyria. Right? That's 722 BC. From that time, how did we get from literally Assyria, and get all the way to Britain and continue to migrate westward? So we migrated westward, and in 400 years, we had established ancient civilizations in Britain and Germany and Scandinavia and in Greece and in Denmark and all those different places. It would make more sense that these civilizations were being established pre us even getting to Israel. And a lot of us that got scattered in the 700 BCs after the Assyrian collapse, we worked our way north, south, east, and west. But those people that was up in Britain were rolling in Britain before we would even have a chance to get over there. Does that make any sense in what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Or am I might be getting over people's heads? I get it, and that's why I'm talking, and I shouldn't be talking this much, but I'm trying to explain why this Lacedaemonian king is realizing, hey, we're the seed of Abraham, and not specifying tribes and specifying details, because they've been detached from tribalism for I'm going to say for 1,000 plus years. They were disconnected. They weren't a part of the ancient Hebrew history. They weren't a part of David and Solomon and all these things. They're just coming to the knowledge that, damn, this is our people. Why am I saying that? Because even when you read scripturally, when you go all throughout Europe, Europe was consistently a mixture of Israelites and Edomites and Japhetic people, all wrapped into one. It was all three of those different families in the European region. Yes.
Even in Greece?
Yeah.
Even in Greece?
Yes.
Okay.
Greece had blacks and whites.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's no doubt about it.
Greeks and Grecians?
Yes. And well, I'm going to say this. There were Greeks, Grecians, and our people that look like me and you that called themselves Greeks. Because Grecians are just Greek-speaking Hebrews that knew who they were.
The bloodline of the Israelite people.
Well, they are. But there was Israelites that migrated over time to Greece that knew who they were.
Okay.
But then there were people that were living up there for many years that are just coming to grips of who they were. And this is what's happening now in around the high hundreds, 180, 185. Well, I would say 190. Because that's when Seleucus IV came into power, was 190 BC. So King Arius has realized for the first time ever, us black people was really Jews. And I'm going to explain that these Spartans are black, in case we don't know. So these Lacedaemonians are talking to king or prince or high priest Onias said, hey man, we're just figuring out that we're kin. So your problems are our problems, and whatever you guys need, we have your back. That's pretty much what he's explaining.
Because they had records back then.
They started putting together their records. Before the Greeks came into power, all their records were all messed up. They didn't really have an understanding of their history until they started getting their you-know-what together and getting their libraries and their facts straight. And when the entire nation are getting their facts straight, they started realizing who they were and their origins and where their origins were.
Just like us now.
Well,
just like us now. Oh.
And also, the Greek city-states were warring with each other. They were at war with each other prior to Philip of Macedonia bringing them all together.
So Philip the Second of Macedon, he's the one that brought the coloreds and the white boys and the redheads together. And the blondes together. He brought them all together, and that's when the Greeks became potent. Because before that, the Greeks was Israelites that spoke Greek, Japhetic people that spoke Greek, and Edomites that spoke Greek, and they all had their separate regions and areas. There is a reason that they say the Greeks, a long time ago, they normally had black hair. Most of them had black hair. You might have had a couple sprinkled that might have had some blonde hair, but for the most part, it was a lot of black hair guys. I'm going to show you why they explain it that way. Somebody had their hand up.
Oh, hopefully I'm not getting too deep, but at a time were there Esau nations that were colored people?
You're kind of giving an oxymoronic statement. Edomites are the colored?
No, at one point in time like in ancient times were the Esau nations, were they colored?
No, they were always Esau.
He was born with leprosy.
They were always white.
He was born with leprosy.
They were always Esau.
Okay.
And along with
because I
Esau
know
being there,
changed eventually.
well, there's other books out there that say that there's writers, there's historians, and there's archaeologists that say that when they did a lot of excavation of skeletons in Germany and different countries like that, you had a lot of black or African skulls, and you had white skulls. It was always this mixture of black and white all throughout history. There's this writer named Tacitus. When he was sitting back here and writing about the Roman conquest, especially in Britain, he said in Britain, in southern Britain, they were swarthy, they were black, and they were difficult fighters. As you go up north to Britain, these guys were redheads. Redhead guys, he's letting you know what they are. The redheads were up north, the brothers were in the south. And so these people that were swarthy in the south, more than likely, they came from Gaul. Gaul was in France. And when you sit back here and read about Julius Caesar, when the Romans really started getting powerful was when they started branching out from Rome, going westward, taking out France, working down to Spain, and coming down around through northern Africa, and that's when their conquest started going eastward. But they said that the Romans, their most difficult, they went through a bunch of different warring tribes, even in France. Is that some of these guys were redheads and they were easily to break, and these other guys were swarthy and they were hard as hell to defeat.
And a lot of times you just read they'll call them barbarians.
Yes, because they were they weren't educated in the ways of Rome. Anybody that didn't speak Roman or Italian or Greek was referred to as a barbarian. But the point is this: they were always warring tribes, separated in their clans, separated amongst their people. And this has been going on from the beginning of time. You had Edomites, you had Israel, and they were always warring and clashing together and against each other. It wasn't just Israel and Idumea. It was all around the world. The same dynamic was going on. In Germany, it was going on because there's a lot of royal families that were black in Germany, royal families that was black in England, royal families black in France. But there was always warring nations fighting against one another. So this Lacedaemonian and even the Lacedaemonians, they were known for a lot of things. But the one reoccurring theme that these Israelites kind of let you know, their fighting and their war capabilities was second to none. Whether it was in Greece, whether it was in Britain, whether it was in France, whether it was in Germany, the same themes you keep seeing all throughout history. The only challenge is kind of pinpointing when they got there. And you have to have an open mind and just say that Israel was spreading out to these places before we all went up through the land of Canaan. So we started populating that land along with Japheth, because that was their land initially. That was Japhetic land first. Then we populated, Esau populated, and it was this fighting and wars amongst, it was tribalism, all that area, until we got back there. There's rumors that the Etruscans, the initial people ruling over Rome, was black people. You sit back and see ancient images of the Etruscans, they look like me and you.
They're dark as all get out.
Time. So, with all that being said, that entire region was full of our people. But these Lacedaemonians were officially realizing that, hey, we found records. There's no doubt that this was us. Okay? So, read it from the top.
The Antiquities of the Jews, Book 12, Chapter 4, line 226. Arius, the king of the Lacedaemonians, to Onias, send a greeting. We have met with a certain writing, whereby we have discovered that both the Jews and the Lacedaemonians are of one stock, and are derived from the kindred of Abraham.
Mm-hmm.
It is but just, therefore, that you who are our brethren should send to us about any of your concern as you please.
Let us know if there's anything you need. We got your back. Read on.
We will also do the same thing, and esteem your concerns as our own, and will look upon our concerns as in common with yours. Demotulus, who brings you this letter, will bring your answer back to us. This letter is 4 square, and the seal is an eagle, with the dragon in its claws. And these were the contents of the epistle, which was sent from the king of the Lacedaemonians.
Hold on.
Pretty cool. So.
Hold this. And let's go to the actual scripture that says the same thing. It is in 1 Maccabees chapter 12, verse 20 through 23.
First Maccabees 12 and verse 20. Right?
Yep.
Arius, king of the Lacedaemonians, to Onias, the high priest, greeting. It is found in writing that the Lacedaemonians and the Jews are brethren, and that they are the stock of Abraham. Now therefore, since this is come to our knowledge, you shall do well to write unto us of your prosperity. We do write back again to you that your cattle and goods are ours, and ours are yours. We do command, therefore, our ambassadors to make report unto you on this wise.
So pretty much they're just saying, hey, we got your back, you got our back, hopefully, and we're trying to sit back here and reach out and extend this olive branch to show that we're blood and kindred just like you guys are. Now, obviously, these Lacedaemonians have understood that we're Israelites, but that don't mean they were following the laws. That they weren't in tune to everything that we were doing. They just came. It's just like an Israelite now. You tell them you're a Jew, and they say, "Oh yeah, I'm a Jew." Does that mean they're living the right way?
Nope.
They're sitting back here. They're acknowledging they're Jews, but they're smoking cigs right afterwards.
Yep.
They're still sitting back here tripping and breaking the law, but they're acknowledging that our blood is the same. Now, why is this important, and who are these Lacedaemonians? Let's start going into a few pictures. Remember the movie 300?
Yep.
Everybody knows that movie. And the writer of the script and the writer of the script was Frank Miller, right? Frank Miller, get on y'all YouTube. I want to show y'all something. Frank Miller did like a comic book and a comic strip before the movie came out, depicting the ancient Lacedaemonians or the ancient Spartans. And this is just an excerpt of some of the pictures from the comic book. Now sit back here and take a good look at the hair and just the basic features that these guys had. You start seeing the braids running down this cat's hair, and you'll see guys in the back, do got a receding hairline, but his braid game is still tight. Okay? Now we're going to sit back and go into another image. That gives a little more clarity of how they looked and how their hair was flowing. There's a whole army of brothers with long braids flowing out.
And we don't own this image.
I hope we don't get dinged for that. That'd be horrible, man. If they ding us because we just took a picture. But yes, we do not own this image at all. But this is an image of their uniform, their garment, how they roll. You look at the skin. The skin is intentionally toned brown. Okay, that's not white, guys. We're going to sit back here and we're going to be bouncing back and forth on these images. Here's another one. Look at these guys' faces. Look at their hair. They look like brothers out here. Okay, they look like our people. Brown-skinned people that are renowned in the world for their fighting capabilities, renowned in the world for their military might and their discipline. And they was renowned for some other things.
Yeah.
They did what Greeks did. Listen, they were Greek. So just think of anything that Greeks did, they did. So we're not acting like they were spiritual. We ain't acting like they went into Sodom, because they went into all that stuff. Yes.
So this is something to consider when the Bible is talking about Gentile.
No.
Gentile.
Yes, but this is also showing that if these Lacedaemonians are saying that they're Jews, look at how the Lacedaemonians look. They look like you and me, which lets us know that the Jews look like what? You and me. This kind of gives you multiple layers of identifying the Jews as us, also letting us know that a lot of our people were in Europe doing great things under different monikers and names and nations. Okay?
They weren't blonde-haired and blue-eyed.
Not at all.
They weren't red-haired either.
And I don't even
They were yes, sir. Yes, sir.
No, I don't think you are.
I thought Gentiles was basically the bloodline that had lost their culture.
No,
Yeah,
sir.
You got to send it to a
Within
war.
other countries.
I got another one
No,
coming.
no,
The one you sent me?
there's two forms of Gentile. There's Israelites like me and you that grew up in a society without the knowledge of being Hebrews
Right.
that operate as Gentiles.
Okay.
So that's a form of Gentile, but it's not. It's a Hebrew Israelite that is living as a Gentile.
Yeah.
Then there's our Gentiles that are by blood
Yes.
lineage Gentiles.
So they're non-Israelite people that are Gentiles, and there's Israelite people who act and carry themselves as Gentiles. If I sit back here and go right outside, and I tell a person, a brother walking down the street, he's an Israelite, and they say, no, I'm African American, get out of here. What is he then? He's really a Gentile. But he's an Israelite that rolls like a Gentile and doesn't have the understanding that he's an Israelite. That's what it is.
So Gentiles state of mind. Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
There are people who are Israelites by blood but don't know it, don't believe it, or don't adhere to it, which means they're Gentiles.
And then the ones that do know,
Yes.
you know,
Then you know who you are, you know you're Israelite.
okay.
Then there are people who just are not Israelites by blood or knowledge or nothing.
Right.
Okay? So here's another image, and it's similar to what Mawala sent me right here. Look online.
It's a better image right there.
It kind of, huh?
You have a picture of the shields?
Well, I'm showing you some right now.
That's a
It's fine.
So what ends up happening is this is the image of modern day pottery, or not modern day, Greek pottery back in the day, and they have those same hairstyles as they had in the comic books. All I was showing was that the comic book Frank Miller, when he put together originally that movie about the 300, that was talking about the Spartans, and he wrote it with in mind the braids that he depicted and saw from pottery.
historical accuracy.
Exactly. I got another picture that kind of ties it all in.
That's Cam Newton right there.
No, it's not Cam Newton. It's not Cam Newton. It's just black people with long hair. It's not Cam Newton. I got it. That's the one I got.
Okay,
I'm not tripping. I'm just saying that's the one that's next. I got to prep it. I got to build it up. It's not Cam Newton. This is a black person with braids on. So now on this one, this image, you have a black man, and I'm saying it's black, and I'm gonna tell you why I'm saying it's black, because it's black. You can see the braids in the hair, and the color in the skin, and I'm gonna bounce back and forth because look at this next image. This is what I'm saying is black, and I'm not just being this black guy. I'm not trying to just sit back here and be extreme with explaining this, but this is why I say with confidence that this guy with braids is black. Look at the next image. It lets you know pretty clear that when artists wanted to depict a white person, they would depict you white.
They were fair.
So when they wanted to depict white people, they put people that were white and they painted their skin white. And there was a definite person who's black fighting against a white guy. Huh? Well, we gotta put this on the shirt. This would pop. This shirt would pop. This would be a great shirt.
It kind of would.
Signals in there.
It kind of would be.
Says a lot
Like,
without
what are you
saying
trying
it.
to say?
There's some signals.
I'm gonna say I ain't saying nothing. The shirt said it.
This is history. This is history.
The shirt was talking.
Too much interpretation.
I wasn't talking. The shirt was talking.
Open to
What the hell is this?
Listen. The shirt said what the shirt says. Why am I saying it? Because when you see these other images of Greek pottery, where it's just black dudes carrying black dudes, they're not just saying, oh, this is just the type of art, they're black. No.
The style back then.
This is just the painting style to pop off the contrast of the pottery. No. Because this pot, it shows a white person in war, and he's losing to a black guy. It lets you know, and when you see these Edomites, you don't see the long braids. You don't see braids. You don't see long hair.
That wasn't their culture.
You see them shortcut. So it lets you know when you see other Greek images with these long braids and this dark skin, it's because there was Israelites with long braids and dark skin during that time in the region. So when Frank Miller sat back here and made his cartoon, all he's doing is basing it. He's basing it off of what he saw in the Greek pottery. These men were men of color that had braids, and they were Spartans, and they were the ones who stood up to Xerxes in those wars in the movie. Yeah. But in the movie, when they did the casting call, they got Australian leads,
Yeah.
Americans, Australians, European white guys, and they were the ones who were depicted as the guys that got the answers, like in all movies. Back in the day, it was always the white man got the answers act.
Yeah.
Nowadays, white man got the solution act. The only person they ever allowed to give the solution was and being black was Denzel. He was the only guy. Denzel and Morgan Freeman were the only two guys allowed in movies to provide the solution for the people.
Because Morgan Freeman played Driving Miss Daisy. So they said, you can go ahead and do it.
We had to do that first. You had to drive Miss Daisy first, side.
Well, Miss Daisy, I should believe. Like, okay, you can do it.
You've showed us where you're at.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're not correct.
Point is that so you see these images in succession. Now you understand. When you look at ancient Greek pottery, those people in that dark skin with braids was literally our people. They were black people, and people in the know that understood ancient history. They understood that. So, with that being the case, this proves multiple things. It proves that Israel. I'm gonna put that picture up a little longer. It proves that Israelites were in Greece. It proves that the Jews are black. Because if these black people with braids understood who they were, and they're connected to the Jews, that means the Jews in Israel. And Onias was a dark-skinned man with braids probably as well.
And they're connecting their lineage to Abraham. So it's showing you what Abraham was also.
And who was Isaac?
Exactly.
And who was Jacob?
Right.
And who were the 12 tribes?
It's great proof.
And there you go. And it also proves other things. Because if these people ruled the southern part of Greece, this gives you the entire area that they ruled. Now I want you to be very conscious of the northeast portion of this landmass. Because this is where things tie in. Look at this entire area of where, remember we saw that Laconia? Laconia was part of Sparta. Laconia was right below Sparta. And it took you all the way to that right-hand corner, which back in the day was Eua and Anthania and those kind of places. But where is that place now? Look at the screen and look where that blue surface comes in. The blue image. Somebody say what the word is. Corinthia.
With a K.
But what is Corinthia? The city of what? Corinth. So where was Paul teaching the Bible to? He was teaching his people in Corinth. So when you get these people saying, yeah, Paul was teaching these white boys in Greece. No, he was in Greece teaching the remnants of our people that were scattered in Corinth. Because Corinth was part of Sparta. It was the entire region. So what does it do? It just ties in that the Lacedaemonians were in Corinth. And this is why Paul was there teaching Lacedaemonians and any other Israelites that had scattered and made their residence in Greece. But it was our people in Greece. Does that make sense? So these concepts are important to break down and understand, to let us know when you're sitting back here and reading the New Testament, who is the New Testament still focused on and aimed at? What was that?
Acts 15:36.
What you got in Acts 15:36, man? Because you give me these like, yeah, I got to show it to you.
Let me tell you a little story.
About Acts 15 and 36. So listen, Acts 15 and 36, side. What you got, sir? Read that. You read it.
Acts chapter 15, verse 36. And some days after Paul said unto Barnabas, let us go again and visit our brethren in every city where we have preached the word of the Lord, and see how they do.
So this is talking about, in all fairness, he's made multiple rotations to these different cities. But he does classify his brethren as the ones that are willing to follow Christ. And the prerequisite was to follow Christ and they are our people. Because there's multiple ways to kind of explain the expeditions of Paul. The first one is, when you sit back here and read through Acts, what was the first thing Paul did? Paul went to all the what? The synagogues. All the synagogues that were in Greece and in Rome and in Galatia and in Asia Minor and Turkey and in Crete and in Cyrene. All those little cities, there were a bunch of synagogues. And as he was teaching in those synagogues, he was teaching the Israelites. A lot of Israelites didn't accept it. They didn't accept Christ. They didn't accept those teaching. So he sat back here and left with a handful of people in each of those cities that were willing to teach and learn and embrace the scriptures in Christ. So he started building churches away from the synagogues of these Israelites who were following Christ. But what ends up happening is, over time, it gets to a point where he decides to focus just on the Gentiles. Okay? Instead of going to the synagogues. That's when he makes a decision, because he's getting beat up and harassed and his life is threatened in all of these synagogues where he's teaching the scriptures. And he's teaching Christ. And these people were resistant to him teaching Christ. So a lot of times the church heads that he left in charge were the brothers who left these synagogues and were following Paul's teachings. But what ends up happening is he makes a decision to stop going to these synagogues and just to teach the Gentiles. Well, we understand now who these Gentiles are. You still have Israel. You had synagogues with people, Israelites, that understood the Old Testament and the Torah teachings. Then you had Israelites who didn't know who they were, who called themselves Greeks, who called themselves Lacedaemonians, but really didn't know the depth and scale of what this was about. This was happening all throughout Europe. It wasn't just in Greece. It was in Britain, which Paul didn't even get a chance to get to. It was further east. There were Israelites all through Turkey that were Israelites who didn't know who they were. Because one thing I do know through studying and reading, a lot of those 9.5 tribes made it to Turkey and did a lot of settling in Turkey, but were disconnected. Some of those Israelites from 9.5 tribes got to Turkey. Some Israelites who knew who they were sent to Turkey by order of Antiochus III and different leaders and kings. So you had Israelites who knew who they were, Israelites who didn't know who they were, all in Asia Minor.
And then on top of that, the slave trade was booming.
Yep.
When we got captured and taken by multiple
You're right.
empires, we were sold several different times. You know, there's reports of being at sometimes there were 40,000 slaves being sold per day on the slave market. So that would have sent our people out in every direction,
All over the place.
all over the place.
So even the work that Paul and the apostles did only tapped into a small amount of people. But we have to understand the spirit behind the intention that Paul dealt with. Hell, when you read in certain writings of Roman historians, they explain that the ghettos or the suburbs where our people were at, there were cities where Jews and Christians, they stayed in the same ghettos and slums, because Christianity and being a Jew was just a different belief system of the Jews. The early Christians were Jews. That's what people don't understand. The early Christians were Jews. So the people who embraced Christ were still Israelite people, but you had Jews who didn't accept Christ, and then you had Jews who believed in Christ. That was the only difference. If you're looking at Christians, we were the first Christians because we were the ones who were intended to receive the message of Christ. So this explanation about the Lacedaemonians just kind of gives clarity about how many of our people were lost in Europe and why Paul had to go to Europe and Turkey to do this teaching and push this, like what he says, this Christianity movement to Europe and to Asia Minor because of the need.
Can I pull my scripture real quick?
Yes.
Colossians chapter 4, verse 13 to 16, real quick. And all it was just making Christ the center of the information versus making Moses the center and focus of the information.
Colossians 4, verse 6 to what?
Colossians 4, verse 13 through 16.
Okay, I'm sorry, I missed it. Okay, cool.
Colossians 4, verse 13.
Uh-huh.
For I bear him record that he hath a great zeal for you, and them that are in Laodicea, and them in Hierapolis. Luke, the beloved physician, and Demas, greet you. Salute the brethren which are in Laodicea, and Nymphos, and the church which is in his house.
And the church which is in his house. Most camps start out of people's what?
House.
Not saying it should always be that way, but that every camp has a humble beginning. So there's slaves being distributed all over the country, all over the land, to different lands, and they're Hebrews. And they're getting their information back. They're starting small churches and schools and becoming these great churches over time. But they're all over that area, all over that region. But we're dealing with the Laodiceans, right? Read.
When this epistle is read among you, cause that it be read also in the church of the Lacedaemonians.
Let it also be read in the church of the what? Laodiceans.
The Laodiceans, like.
So it's also read in the church of the Laodiceans. But we're coming to know, based off the information we're getting from the Josephus and the Apocrypha, the Laodiceans were what?
No, the Laodiceans are different than the Lacedaemonians.
Okay, they're different?
It's not the same. You can't do that.
I'm tripping. It's lucky on that one.
Laodicea is in Turkey.
Okay.
Laodicea is in Turkey, and it's still where our people were. It's Asia Minor. Laodicea is in Asia Minor.
Then I do apologize for that. But
and Laodicea is actually somewhat close to where the second Antioch city is, because when you read in ancient Christendom, you had Antioch that was right near Syria, then you had Antioch that was in Turkey. So Laodicea is near that second city in Antioch,
Which is Acts chapter 11 says where the first Christians were.
So it's still in Turkey. That's in Turkey and not in Greece. Just be conscious of that. Okay. So with that being the case, let's get back and read from the top again in the last shine in Josephus, book 12, chapter 4, paragraph 10. Just read the letter. I mean the letter that Arius. Yes.
The Antiques of the Jews, book 12, chapter 4, paragraph 10, line 226. Arius, king of the Lacedaemonians, to Onias, son of Greece. We have met with a certain writing, whereby we have discovered that both the Jews and the Lacedaemonians are of one stock, and are derived from the kindred of Abraham. It is but just, therefore, that you, who are our brethren, should send to us about any of your concern as you please. We will also do the same thing, and esteem your concerns as our own, and we will look upon our concerns as in common with yours. Demotulus, who brings you this letter, will bring your answer back to us. This letter is 4 square, and the seal is an eagle with a dragon in its claws.
So, stop there. Now we're going to do this. Now we're going to jump to Daniel's chapter 11 and 20. The reason we're going to take a hard pivot now is we're done with the Lacedaemonians. Just want to explain that at this particular time is when these black Greeks realized they were actually Israelites. And also, just for the record, there were other dark-skinned people in Europe. It wasn't just dark-skinned Israelites, and that was it. The entire seed of Japhet was given that land in Europe. If y'all remember that in history, in Genesis chapter 10. Mm-hmm. Japhet was given that land, so they were dark-skinned also.
Javan.
Yeah. Well, Japhet, just their lineage went that direction. Javan, which became Greece, but all those people in Tarshish, all those people originally were dark-skinned people. In Kittim, all those people were dark-skinned people. That's why Kittim connects to near the region of Italy. And that's why I'm not going to say for sure, but those Etruscans were probably those people. That's why I say what you can't do when you're explaining this information, you can't just say every dark-skinned person in Europe was black. Because that's what Israel wants to do. Everybody in Europe was black everything, black kings, everything was black. You can't prove it because Japhet was out there and they were dark-skinned people too.
Or even being Israelites.
Well, that's what I said. You can't just say they're all Israelites and Jews because there were dark-skinned nations there too. That was not Israelites. Okay. Coupled with Edomites being there, it was different people in that region. Okay, so just keep that in mind. Also, this is why you got to be very careful about how you even explain this region. It's very difficult to just prove it because there's not a lot of information out there. And most people that deal with this region in this area, they're guessing. And what they're doing is they're looking at, the best you can do is look at each of these countries, how they operate in their city, what's their culture, how they operate in their culture, and make guesstimations based on how they deal culturally and say, hey, these could be Jews, these could be non-Jews. But you really can't get specifics. This is why we teach in part, we prophesy in part. We only know so much. And we can't act like we got all this information when you can't prove a lot of the information. Make sense? So I advise people not to even tap into this Europe explanation and breakdown because there's not a lot of things you can concrete sink and say this is for facts. Yeah. Okay? So let's go now. We're going to Daniel's 11 and 20 because now we're going back into Seleucus IV Philopator. We took some time off of Daniel's 11 because we had to fill in some blanks leading up through this point. Verse 20 is the only verse that deals with Seleucus IV. From 21 down goes into Antiochus Epiphanes, and we'll deal with that later. So, read this verse. Daniel's 11 and 20.
Daniel's 11 and verse 20. Then shall stand up in his estate a raiser of taxes, and the glory of the kingdom. Stop.
When I go into the last part of that verse, the next person that comes up as far as the king of the north, because this is the king of the north. This is somewhat the Seleucid Empire. The king in the north is going to be, there's going to be a raiser of taxes that comes in the glory of the kingdom. This raiser of taxes is is Seleucus IV Philopator. That's the king of the north. So we're going to prove that. Let that go. We'll get back to that way later. And let's go. It will explain itself about the raising of the taxes soon enough. Matter of fact, I'm going to read this in History of Israel. I'll read that now to prove this. History of Israel, page 205. I'm going to explain this real quick. It says, however, life in Judea under the Seleucids, which is the king of the north, soon took a turn for the worse. Taxation increased sharply, and to the land tax announced to as much as 1/3 of every crop. Moreover, under Seleucid IV, which is Philopator, I'm not going to read all this extra because this says the temple was plundered. I'm going to read it. Because when you're reading some of these books, you got to be careful where the bones are, where the false information is. So you got to be careful even when you're reading these outside books. And a lot of people say, man, can I get that book you're reading? Can I get this book? No. Because if you don't really understand how the scriptures tie into things, it's hard to read all this other information. I'm going to read it again. However, life in Judea under the Seleucids, because remember with Antiochus III, things were good. It said, soon took a turn for the worse. Taxation increased sharply, until the land tax amounted to as much as 1/3 of every crop. Moreover, under Seleucid IV, the temple was plundered by one of his representatives. The representatives that they're saying is that the temple was plundered by Heliodorus, but it didn't actually happen. And they said, or perhaps its plunder was narrowly averted, because they don't want to sit back here. Esau doesn't want to acknowledge the story we're about to read in 2 Maccabees chapter 3. That's why they say perhaps it was averted. Maybe he plundered it. Nobody knows. Because they don't want to sit back and acknowledge the history that we're about to read in 2 Maccabees 3. Anyway, this says this is the juncture at which the shadow of the Romans first falls upon the scene. Okay. After the conquest of Italy, they had decisively defeated the Carthaginians of North Africa. So at the same time as these taxes are raising, the Romans have already done a lot of defeating with the Israelites of Gaul. They're working their way to northern Africa, taking out the Carthaginians. The Carthaginians are who? The remnants of who? Does anybody know? The Carthaginians of northern Africa are remnants of who? Nope. Tyre and Zidon. Because Tyre and Zidon, or Phoenicia. Phoenicia, their mother country, left from Phoenicia and went to Carthaginians. Maybe one day we'll go into this because it ties in appropriately. Ezekiel 28 ties into this. Ezekiel 28 explains how Tyre and Zidon, who was known for their wisdom and ingenuity, was finally going to fall, and they were going to fall by the hand of the Romans. So this is happening at the same time that we're being taxed out of our minds. Now we're being about to be taxed out of our minds because Antiochus III lost to the Romans and made Antiochus III pay all these taxes to pay the Romans while having Antiochus IV, Epiphanes, in Rome as a prisoner. After Antiochus III dies, his son Seleucus IV takes power, and he has to pay these taxes also. So he has to raise all the taxes in the empire to pay Roman debt, so the Romans get off his back. Okay, so it says next, as the 2nd century begins, they are involved in hostilities against the Hellenistic monarchies. So what it's saying is these Romans are starting to fight against the Greek monarchies, the Ptolemies and the Seleucids, after they take out Carthage. Then it says, in the course of these wars, they won a series of decisive victories against Antiochus III, which deprived him of his position as the dominant Eastern Mediterranean power. And we read that also in Daniel chapter 11, verse 18, well, 17, 18, and 19. We read that. Then it said, the tribute which the Seleucids, as a result of these disasters, were forced to pay Rome, meant that the exactions that they themselves imposed upon their own subjects, including the Jews, inevitably became more stringent. Why are we going here? Because verse 20 in Daniel's 11 says, then shall stand up in his estate, meaning Antiochus III's estate, a raiser of taxes in the glory of the kingdom. This is why Seleucid IV Philopator has to raise these taxes, because the Roman pressure on them to cover these taxes and pay their debt to keep them at peace. Does that make sense? Have I gone too fast? I know it's a lot of information. Okay. Hold that. Now we're going to sit back here, and now we're going to go back.
At this point in time, how many of the old Greek kingdoms are taken out?
Well, they still have their power. They still have their power, but you got to understand, Rome has been fighting the Etruscans first in their home country. Then Rome decided to go west first. So they've been fighting westward. They were fighting France. They were fighting Spain, gaining silver mines in Spain. Then they're working their way down to North Africa. And in the midst of taking over North Africa, they're also taking over the waters in the middle of the region. Yes, the Mediterranean Sea. Because that's, if you can control the ports, you control the money.
And also the Ptolemies were leaning on Roman support physically for muscle.
Because they was getting their butts kicked because the Seleucids was coming in to wipe them out.
So they brought the Romans in as additional help, not realizing that the Romans were hungry. And then once they got a chance to seize the property, they weren't releasing it back to the Greeks, to the Ptolemies.
And Antiochus got caught in the trick bag trying to take over the navy and get him. And when he got trying to take over the navy, that was the Ptolemaic navy, he tried to take him out. Rome said, no, this is our interest now. These guys, this little land area, this little island, this port city, this is ours. So we're going to break you, and you're going to pay us debt, because this is our land. You can't come and take this. So once again, now the Romans are starting to flex muscle, and they're getting stronger and stronger, while the Ptolemies have gotten weaker. And this tax implement on the Seleucids is weakening them. Yes, sir.
So when the Romans was pushing towards the west part of that area that you was talking about, where they were fighting against the barbarian tribes, right?
Yes.
During that time period?
Yes.
Okay.
But
To be specific,
the Romans are like Suge Knight. You know,
Yeah.
Dre brought them in as bodyguards, then they took over. Now you gotta answer. Now you gotta answer to the big guy. So that's how the Greeks messed up around the Egypt area of losing Egypt, because once they brought in the Romans for bodyguards and for support, the Romans saw how wealthy the granaries were that was coming out of Egypt, and the cotton that was coming out of Egypt, and they saw an opportunity and seized it. Yes, sir.
So they
let's go here. Let's go to the scripture to prove it. Let's go to Romans 8 real quick. I said Romans. I'm in First Maccabees. We'll go real quick into this to explain when the Romans started getting their start and started gaining traction in the world, and how they kind of started going about it.
So this is time of Julius Caesar.
Huh?
A little before Julius Caesar.
No, this is after Julius Caesar.
Oh, that part.
If I'm not mistaken, because by the time they got to Carthage, I think Julius Caesar's out of there. Because Julius Caesar did the legwork
to get the West.
He did all that dirty work.
Yeah.
Now they're working towards Carthage. I'm not 1,000%, but I know Julius Caesar did the work to go west.
Yeah.
To take it down was another one. So,
and they're making the headquarters in Carthage.
there's a lot of information. I hadn't delved in Rome yet, because Rome was a whole another damn animal.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out the timeline of the history. I'm trying to figure out when they were starting to work back way east. I know they were fighting the Greeks back east. I thought they already had taken the Greeks out.
Well, I'm gonna say this.
Or finished them off. I know they were fighting the Ishmael tribes, and they were trying to take out the Egyptians. I know they were still going at the Seleucids.
Well, I'm gonna say this. Let's read it. But yes, they were. They were taking out the Ptolemies because Ptolemies were weak.
They got effeminate. Ptolemy's got effeminate.
I was
That what you
that
was
makes
talking
sense.
about?
They're running Egypt. Totally. That makes sense.
And that was the whole Africa, the Africa region.
Okay. Yeah.
But it wasn't just Africa. It was Africa, and it was the Mediterranean Sea.
Yeah.
Because when you sit back and read in Daniel's 11, it's about that time for y'all. Right. When you see these wars, it wasn't just about Egypt and the Seleucid lands. It was a lot of naval battles, fighting for that control of the ports. So let's read 1 Maccabees 8, verse 1.
God. First Maccabees 8 and verse 1. Now Judas had heard of the fame of the Romans.
So once again, this is getting to the point where Judas Maccabees is like, we're fighting these Greeks, and we need Roman assistance. Because we're fighting. We need the Romans to help back us off of these Greeks that keep putting pressure on us. So Judas has heard about the fame of the Romans. Read on.
They were mighty and valiant men, and such as would lovingly accept all that joined themselves unto them, and make a league of amity with all that came unto them. And they were men of great valor. And it was told also of their wars and noble acts, which they had done amongst the Galatians.
The Galatians are talking about the Gauls. The Gauls that was in France. He says the war, they became world renowned when these wars that they fought in. It was not Galatia. It's the Gauls. Okay, read on.
And how they had conquered them and brought them under tribute.
Now that was under Julius Caesar.
Yeah.
Read on.
And what they had done in the country of Spain.
Then they went from France, and then they went to Spain, which was Iberia, and took out some more Jews and wandering tribes that had large numbers and were potent. Read on.
And for the winning of the mines of silver and gold, which is there.
So they sat back here and got silver and gold mines in Spain, and they were getting rich from all these wars that Julius Caesar was spearheading. Okay? Read on.
And then
I can't even say for sure Julius Caesar was in control of the campaign that went down to Spain. What I know about is France, or the Gauls. I got to do more research concerning Spain, but what we do know is the Romans went down to
He
Spain.
was Spain, because the other guy, Marcus, I think
Mark Antony?
he went east at that time.
Okay.
They were vying for that.
They were fighting the Greeks.
Power. Yeah.
So they were fighting the Greeks. The point is, they were working their way west, partially east to subjugate the Greeks. Then they're working their way down to Africa, the northern part of Africa, and taking out Carthage. We know Carthage is an extension of Tyre and Zidon, the Phoenicians. We'll go into that breakdown later, but continue.
God. And that by their policy and patience, they had conquered all the place.
They conquered all, and then they also, after they took over Iberia, they also went down or went up or westward further to Britain. And they took out portions of Britain. And they stopped at Hadrian's Wall. They created a space that there's no more earth here. There's no more people here. Even though they were, but they stopped at Hadrian's Wall, then they kept going back down. But they did go to Britain, and they conquered portions of Britain, where a lot of our people were, okay, which were called barbarians. So then they went down. You got something to say?
Yeah, in just a second, I'll bring it up.
Let's continue.
It says, though it were very far from them, and the kings also that came against them from the uttermost part of the earth. So they had discomfited them, and given them a great overthrow. So the rest did give them tribute every year.
So they kept getting paid from these massive expeditions and these challenging expeditions all around the world. Read on.
Beside this, how they had discomfited in battle Philip and Perseus, the king of Cyprus, with others that lifted up themselves against them and had overcome them.
Mm-hmm.
But also Antiochus, the great king of Asia, that came against them in battle, having 120 elephants with horsemen and chariots.
This is Antiochus III when he fought against the Romans and got beat. Read on.
And a very great army was discomfited by them, and how they took him alive and convented him and
coveted him.
Coveted.
Yeah, coveted it.
Coveted. that he and such as reigned after him should pay a great tribute.
So once again, whoever reigned after Antiochus has to pay a great tribute. This is that great tribute, and we're reading about it in Daniel 11 and 20, where it says the charger of taxes. It says, "And there shall stand in his estate a raiser of taxes." That had to happen because of what Antiochus III did, his loss to the Romans. Read on.
Now, and give hostages, that which was agreed upon. And the country of India, and Media, and Lydia, and the goodliest countries, which they took of him, gave to Urenes.
So what he's saying is, hey, part of that loss is the collecting of debts from these countries. That's all that's happening. The solution, they had power from Israel all the way down to India. But all that territory had to be governed and taxed to pay these Romans back. Okay, so let's continue.
Yeah. It says, which they gave to the king of Urenes.
That's all I want. You get the point? Let's read on. Read verse 9 and 10.
Verse 9. Moreover, how the Grecians had determined to come and destroy them, and that they, having knowledge thereof, sent against them a certain captain, and fighting with them slew many of them, and carried away captive their wives and their children, and spoiled them, and took possession of their lands, and pulled down their strongholds, and brought them to be their servants unto this day.
That's talking about Greece being put in subjugation to the Romans. This is when Greece fell. Okay, so the Romans took over Greece, the land of Greece. But don't forget, by that time, the Seleucids, they called themselves Seleucids.
Yeah.
They didn't classify with the Greeks up in Greece. They were a whole different group. And so with the Ptolemies in Egypt, they were rolling like Egyptians.
Yeah.
They weren't rolling like the Greeks that got conquered in the land of Greece by the Romans. Does that make sense?
Okay.
So the Greeks in Greece, they got taken out by the Romans. The Ptolemies are hanging on by a thread, but they're becoming vassals.
Yeah.
And so are the Seleucids becoming vassals because they're not vassals. They're just heavily taxed at this point. The Seleucids are heavily taxed, but they're getting weaker. The Ptolemies are almost vassals, and Greece fell. So the Greek Empire is crumbling as we speak. Yes, sir.
So they were the two remaining, quote unquote.
They were the last. They were the last of the stronger factions left.
The Greeks.
Yes.
Okay, got you. That's
But they were still Greeks up in Greece. They just have the power and control they once had. The Romans, you just don't wake up and Rome's the top dog. They're chunking out piece by piece, brick by brick, and working their way east. And then by the time the Seleucids fall, Edomites still run the region. They're just having different people in control of these different regions, and they extended it further. So
that makes sense.
So let's continue with Maccabees 8.
8, yeah.
No. That's all. So this is why when you read in First Maccabees 8, why Judas is reaching out to the Romans, because we need help, and these guys could back these damn Greeks off with their military might. So that also gives you a history of how the Romans got to their position of power. Also, we'll go back into this chapter down the line when we're focusing completely on the Romans, and maybe give a little more information in that direction. Okay. Yeah. We had a question. We had a question. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see.
Okay. So what they said, we do need it. Simplify this.
I know.
Just old yellow.
Yeah.
That's it. Okay.
Sort of how can
Okay.
I write this so that I can digest it a little better because I'm not following.
Yes. It's challenging hearing it today. You'd have to go through different Sabbath classes to kind of get a feel of what's happening with the Greeks. My suggestion would be to start when we first started talking about the Greek Empire. Start from the Greek Empire and work your way to this point. Because I can't give the exact date we started, but when you start seeing Greek and you start hearing about the Persians, that's that transition. When you start hearing Alexander the Greek, Alexander the Greek, work your way from Alexander the Greek back, and you'll start seeing the chronology working the way it's supposed to be. Because some of what I'm saying, I'm kind of like recapping. And Daniel's 11 gives a lot of that recap too. It kind of gets you from Alexander, the Ptolemies, Ptolemy Soter, Seleucus Soter, and then working that pathway. When you go to Daniel's 11, it kind of gives you the history leading up to where we're at now. So that's why. If we're just here today, man, this is like... So don't worry. And me even throwing Rome in there makes it even more of a head case if you're not up on everything leading up to now. So don't just write notes what you can and backtrack a little bit and get back to that point.
But is the main point of this class we're seeing that Israel was scattered to different regions?
No, that's just the beginning part of it, guys. Now we're in the new phase.
Okay.
In the new phase, man.
New phase.
And now we talking about Rome, man. And these Greeks, man. And when the French is up and gone, man. I'm messing with you. No, we have to switch. And this is why I'm, like I told Chapter 1 last night, I don't want to overload with a bunch of different topics. And it's almost like I did already. But we haven't gotten to 2 Maccabees 3. But I had to set the tone to get us to that point so it's not very confusing as we continue into the topic. Okay, so what we're going to do, let's get back now to Josephus, book 12, chapter 4, paragraph 11. We did a little jumping, and, I went to Rome because I was asked about Rome. That's the only reason I went to Rome. I wasn't trying to go into Rome, but y'all pulled me into Rome, so we had to talk about Rome. So, let's get to paragraph 11. We're going to get to paragraph 11, finish that, and then get into the topic we were trying to get to in the first place.
Book 12, chapter 4, right?
Book 12, chapter 12, chapter 4, 11, and paragraph 11.
All right. And these were the contents of the epistle which was sent from the king of the Lacedaemonians. But upon the death of Joseph, the people grew seditious on account of his son.
So now he's saying the people in the city were getting violent, and it was a lot of clashing of belief systems, clashings of mentality, clashings of methods about how the city and how the country should be run. That's where the seditions were coming from. There was a lot of seditions about the direction of where the nation was going. And it came from those Tobiah's sons. Those Tobiah's sons. We read earlier that the 7 of them that came from Joseph, 7 were wicked, and 1 had a little virtue in it. And then we also read Hyrcanus killed 2 of the 7 sons that didn't have a lot of virtue in it. So there were still 5 influential Tobiah's sons that were causing a lot of trouble amongst the city and were fighting and pushing for the country to be more like the Greeks. From the inside, these people had position in society and were putting pressure on the people to be more like the Greeks. This was coming from the inside on top of outside pressure for Israel to be like the Greeks. And what was being said, I'll explain that later, but let's continue.
Yeah. And for whereas the elders made war against Hyrcanus, who was the youngest of Joseph's sons, the multitude was divided.
The people were divided. The people were divided concerning what direction they should support in these endeavors. Let me explain what they were divided in. This is in history of Israel. It says, during these years, 2 sharply different attitudes towards Hellenism became ever more apparent amongst the Jews of the homeland. Their wealthy aristocracy, which is with its strong international connections. Well, who was the wealthy aristocracy? Who was that? Who led the wealthy aristocracy? Those Tobiahs. Those Tobiahs, they led the wealthy aristocracy. They weren't even Israelites. And they led the wealthy aristocracy. And it said, with its strong international connection, because those Tobiats had strong ties with the Greeks in Alexandria. Read on. I'll read on. Let a school of thought convinced that a certain infusion of Greek ways had proved unavoidable and indeed desirable if their people was not to fall behind the modern cosmopolitan world. This was where the people were being pulled in different directions with. These Tobiats, led by these 5 families, 5 sons, had 5 families. And they had a school of thought. They were pushing, and they were pushing to the leaders of the people. Listen, we have got to catch up with the times. We got to catch up with the science, with the culture,
Philosophy.
with the philosophy. We're behind. We're sitting back here archaic. And isn't that the push and pressure amongst us now?
Oh yeah.
Getting with society? We're dinosaurs?
Yeah, get with the times.
We're not getting with the times. We're behind. We have to adjust culturally to fit in because we're going to get blown away.
You have antiquated ways.
And they get the fancy word antiquated. Antiquated.
Yeah, people say that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this ain't ancient times, brother.
I know.
Like, brother, I know it's not, but you have to keep that way.
This is what is the push.
Yeah, it's still about money, though.
It's about it's money and its status.
Yeah.
And respect. Because they're saying we're not going to be looked upon with respect if we sit back here and have these old Amish ways.
Yeah.
We look like dinosaurs
Yeah.
when society is moving past us. This is what these Tobiats, which are Ammonites, are pushing. And that influence is putting the Jews in positions where it said the multitude was divided. Okay? There was wars, there was pushing, there were fighting, there were wars over who was going to be leaders of in the city. So there was physical wars and there was wars for the minds of where the people were going to go. I'm going to keep going. Others, however, maintain with the utmost determination that all Greek influence ought to be rejected root and branch. So this is where a lot of the stress and the pulling and the contention was fueling in the city, especially when Joseph died. Because there's always a power vacuum when a person with influence and power leaves. Then there's this fight and this scuttle to reposition where everybody's going to be at. What you going to say?
No, my question was, I know skipping to a familiar period of us, you had the Sadducees, the Pharisees, the prophets, and then you had the Zealots, right? Those were multiple factions within Israel.
Okay.
Now, we're way before that time.
Well, I'm going to say this. Just for the record, we're not that far. Because after the temple gets rebuilt is when these groups started forming.
But
Your Sadducees. So it's not, what I'm saying is not that far away.
Okay.
It's literally maybe like 10 years away, maybe 15 years away, where that type of thinking starts to get. No, I'm gonna say this for the record. That thinking is already starting to happen.
That's what I'm trying
They
to
just
say.
don't have official names
That's what I'm trying to go with this.
for that type of thinking.
Our thinking as a nation is fractionating.
Yes.
It's getting shattered in fraction. There's always the faction that wants to be like the nations. That's always been with our people, even since Moses. Let's go back to Egypt. Let's be Egyptian.
Mm-hmm.
That faction's always amongst our people.
Yep.
But the greater of our people were into the Mosaic culture.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
Now, this time period, you have the Tobiat who are running the race pretty much.
Yep.
We haven't been exposed to Greeks 100%. Fully.
But these Tobiats are waiting for their opportunity to really push
That door's open.
that direction. The door is open.
That door's open.
Because there's a power vacuum that's opening that door for it.
But I'm saying, because they're trying to influence the nation, that shows that within our people, there are people that are pro-Tobiat, anti-Tobiah, and moderate Tobiah.
Well, and then it's this. Then we're going to go into this down the line. But even with the Sadducees and the Pharisees, the Sadducees were, that mentality and belief system was forged with the mindset that the only sets of scriptures that should be embraced is the books of Moses, the five books. That's what the Sadducees explained.
Yeah.
Then you got the Pharisees that tried to get people to embrace all the Bible and the notion that you have to apply real life situations in this modern era of living.
Yeah.
And you have to be able to sit back here and apply common sense concepts that Moses might not have talked about in the Torah and apply it to nowadays kind of thinking. So it's already splintering with different type of thoughts about how to serve the Most High with this new wicked Greek age kicking up.
Yeah.
On top of the folks that want to be like Greeks.
There's a splintering and there is a division that's building different subgroups within our nation, which is opening the door for civil war.
So what it lets you know also is this has been common in Israel from the beginning of time. Hell, there's subgroups in Israel now.
Yeah.
There's different Israelites. There's different standards and levels of expectation of what Israel is supposed to operate like.
Yeah.
That's happening now. That is literally unavoidable. You have the Pharisees were pushing their way. What the Pharisees were saying is this: yes, you follow the scriptures, but you need your leaders to give you some clarity on how to apply these scriptures in the real time now. The Sadducees were like, hell no. If it ain't in Moses, we ain't doing it. We will respect like Ezra and Nehemiah and those guys, but if it ain't in the first 5 books, we're not focusing on it at all. So the Sadducees were like, eye for an eye. If you sit back here and jack my eye, I'm going to take your eye out. It could be 1995. We poking eyes out. It could be 2025. We're poking eyes out. Because that's what Moses' law said. That's how the Pharisees roll. If it ain't in these first 5 books, I'm not believing it. That's why the Sadducees said there's no such thing as a resurrection.
Wow.
Because it's not in the first 5 books of the damn
that makes sense
of the book of Moses.
That
exactly.
makes sense. Because there was a big, heavy debate.
And then the Pharisees are like, listen, you got to sit back and take that concept and bring it to reality right now. But the Sadducees are like, you guys are just making things up as you go, which they were.
That's true too.
Now the Pharisees weren't completely wrong, but the Pharisees used this to their advantage. So there's weakness in both arenas. This is why Christ had to come and say, you got to follow me. Because both of y'all dudes is wrong.
Disconnect.
And both of y'all's approaches are wrong. You get it? But that's now. Every camp got their particular doctrine that they stand on, but it's not about that. This is why Christ like, you got to follow me. So if there's issues with doctrine, the only way to squash it is to follow Christ. Because Christ ain't following he's not focusing on all these argumentative positions we want to take. Anyway, I'm going to make a class about that specifically. But this train of thought was gaining traction now. They were splintering on how much you're supposed to serve the Most High. Different groups were pushing Israelite belief at different levels. Then you have people that are saying, listen, don't even do it at all. Let's put togas on and get crazy out here.
Get tipsy.
Let's get bananas out here and just free ball with damn yoga clothes on.
Let's change our phallic.
Or toga clothes on. I'm sorry, toga clothes on.
Let's get uncircumcised.
Yeah.
Literally.
So it's that extreme too. But there's no strength. There's no scriptural strength amongst the body. Okay?
And you would have to have relating to the heart of Hebrew history, you would have to have a strong king to enforce one way. And we haven't had that in a long time.
And the problem is with strong kings, sometimes they're strong and they're wicked.
That's the problem too.
That's the problem. Yeah.
So
we're really in a really precarious bad situation. There's so many influences pushing amongst Israel. So when we see Israel going 1,000 directions now, this is nothing new under the sun.
So you're saying that
You got four letter camps, 3-letter campsite, all kind of letter camps going different directions. This is another day in Jew land. This was happening in Israel.
back then,
So people, there's so much disunity in Jew land. This has always been this
all
way.
camps were required. So, man, that's my
Then you got individual camps. I'm just going to be at my house and serve the Most High. This has been going on since the beginning of time.
High places too.
I know. This has always been happening. So this is getting to a boiling point where there's actually fighting in the streets about this. So this is the beginning of things bubbling up. This is issues bubbling up because everybody wants to push their way different directions in the body.
It's that East Coast West Coast dynamic. That
East
was
Coast, West
that,
Coast,
I have to bring it back to that.
Damn.
The East Coast West Coast
How can
dynamic.
Snoop at?
That dynamic was
Verse big at?
that was a that was a religious dynamic amongst our people.
You can
Like
say
most races.
Yep.
Even when you deal with Europeans.
They were tribe tripping, set tripping, belief tripping.
Yeah, but this is a common thing amongst peoples in general.
Yep.
That's why people say it's all about racism. No, it's also about classism amongst our people. You know, our people when
Yep. Because you got these Tobias who are like, listen, if we all push the Greek way, we'll all be respected.
we all get the money too.
We'll get paid and we'll get respected. And they'll look at us favorably. I want to say it's about money, but it's about respect too. People do a lot of wicked things to be looked upon with respect.
That's crazy.
Just to get, listen, think about this. Are rappers really rich?
No.
How about
They
that?
look rich though.
But they're not. They know they're broke. They know they're broke.
Eddie knows they're broke too.
I know that. Listen, they're broke, and all you get money for, think about this. You get money that's already predetermined where it's going. You got to get videos. You got to make your videos.
Yeah.
You got to sit back here and get distribution.
Buy this
I'm
shirt.
giving you this money, but you got to buy these things back anyway. So, man, am I really giving you the money?
No.
I'm just giving you the illusion that you're getting paid.
Yep.
But I'm giving you this money, but that money's already accounted for.
Yep.
That's got to be for your album. So am I? Don't get to get to spending their money? Well, no, it's already. I'm showing you what you got. And I'm showing you where it went to. You had to sit back here and you had to buy not buy the jewelry. You had to buy the jewelry for your look. You have to buy jewelry. You have to get so many tattoos. You have to make rent all these locations out for your video shoots. You have to pay for distribution. All this if you're paying out of pocket. So what are you giving up your soul for? Fame. Image and notoriety. This is what the Jew was giving up their spirit for. To be respected, for the white man to say, oh, I accept you. I like you. That's what you're giving up your whole spirit for. A little bit of money and more respect and not notoriety than anything. This is what they're fighting for. This is what the Tobias are fighting for in the infrastructure of the Jews. Okay?
Yeah.
So then you had a handful of people still fighting to eliminate the Greek belief system, but they're still fighting amongst themselves about how doctrine-wise to serve the Most High. So there's still issues amongst the hardcore Jews on how to serve the Most High. Do we just stay literal with Moses and taking eyes out because there was an accident and I popped your eye out, so I got to take your eye out? Are we going to get literal like that? Or we're going to sit back and have a little bit more flexibility, and with that flexibility comes the possibility for corruption? What do?
That's not even counting ethnics.
And when they were the most extreme of everybody. But can you sit back and run a nation, staying away from everybody, and being on the farm,
not having children?
Can you have a nation without children and not dealing with the nations on a political level? You got to do that too. You have to deal politically to operate your nation. So you can't just be on a farm your whole life either. You can't. The whole nation can't do that. So what do? And you got these Tobias pushing the Greek way. This whole thing is falling apart.
At the same time.
Can y'all see it? So what ends up happening, everything got to fall apart. People to be reminded what it was about. This is about serving the Most High. So all this crap got to happen to get everybody to band together and say, man, forget what my opinion is, what I think is more important. Saving our people is the most important thing.
And but when all things are falling apart, there's somebody that wants to come in, and somebody wants in when they see vulnerability, when they see dysfunction, and when they see confusion, and when they see division. Somebody can take advantage of that because a lot of people game on confusion and division.
No doubt.
That's where some people thrive. When I see, they're not together, then they're primed to be taken over, and that's how the Romans was looking at Greece.
Yeah,
like, man, this whole thing is dissolving.
Yeah,
there was infighting. There was already infanticide. There was already abortion. There was already deforestation.
Yeah.
So when the Romans was looking at the Greek Empire, Greece was in an uproar. All the little city states was in an uproar. So the Romans was like, man, this is our time. There's dysfunction going on over here. This is our time to take advantage of this dysfunction.
Because they were dysfunctional because they didn't have enough. It was never enough. Anyway.
And let me make this point. And this is how it applies to us as individuals. When your mind is shattered and scattered, double-minded, and we have multiple conflicting desires that aren't for your spiritual benefit.
Yeah.
And when you start attaching yourself to vices, but I want the Lord, and then you have secret opinions, and then you really want what you really want, but you don't say it. You're splitting yourself into different factions, and now different spirits and different people can take advantage of your confusion. That's important to know. This is us on an individual level, and this is us as a nation, as a whole. It relates.
So, there's a lot of chaos, a lot of infighting. Let's go back into Josephus.
All right. The Antiquities of the Jews, Book 12 to the 4, paragraph 11, line 229. For whereas the elders made war against Hyrcanus, who was the youngest of Joseph's sons, the multitude was divided.
So once again, now at this particular point, Hyrcanus is still alive. He's in Jerusalem. He had the backing of the Egyptian king. They're literally fighting a civil war. The 5 brothers who survived and their influence versus Hyrcanus and his influence.
Remember, Hyrcanus couldn't even come back into Jerusalem. He had to establish himself on the outside.
Well, that's after.
Tax those Arabs.
That's going to be after he loses this battle or chooses to leave. But this is before that happens. And what we're going to read is Hyrcanus tried to do good work. Hyrcanus actually gave a large sum of money to the priesthood to make sure that the priesthood was taken care of. But in the midst of that, these other Tobias, his brothers, like, man, forget this guy. We need to go to war and get Hyrcanus out of here. And so it was still a power for who's going to be next. The 5 brothers didn't want Hyrcanus running things because they know if Hyrcanus was running things, they was going to be on the ouster. So it was a fighting for position. Hyrcanus at least had some dignity about himself. The other ones didn't. And we're going to read about that in a bit. Read on.
Time. But the greater part joined with the elders in this war.
The greater part joined with the elders in this war. Read on.
As did Simon the high priest.
So Simon sat back here and locked in with the weaker Tobias. So this Simon, Simon II, instead of sitting back here and standing up for Hyrcanus, he took the side of these other Tobias, was more than likely bribed them. So he sat back here and took their side and ousted Hyrcanus out of there. Read on.
Yeah. By reason he was kin to them.
But they were all kin to him. Hyrcanus was kin to him too. Was that?
Was Simon more closely related to their mother? Because I know Hyrcanus came from a different mother.
Yeah. Hyrcanus came from his brother's daughter.
Yeah.
So the other ones had a greater connection. I guess they had a greater connection to Simon.
There was all Onias' nephews.
Well, I guess this is the case. What makes sense, and it said is the other 5 were Hyrcanus' kin. I mean, were Simon's kin. They were probably mothers. They were probably tied into the Levite's mama. Because don't forget, Joseph's mom was Onias'
sister.
Nephew. I'm sorry, sister. Yeah, sister. So once again, let me backtrack and make sure it's clear. Read that part again. I got it. So make sure we're clear with this. Read it. Yeah.
As did Simon the high priest, by reason he was kin to them.
So, read a little bit further up.
Okay. It says, the multitude was divided, but the greater part joined with the elders in this war, as did Simon the high priest, by reason he was kin to them.
So, they said that Simon the high priest, Simon II, was kin to these 5 Tobiah lines through the mother. Through the mother's side. Because the mother's side of those 5 sons had connections to the high priesthood. Which also proves that none of these dudes in their father's side were Israelites at all. But they were tied in to the mother, on the mother's line. Maybe the grandmother was tied into Simon's lineage. So because the mother was tied into Simon's lineage, he backed those 5 Tobiahs, but they were wicked. They were negative and they were more ambitious to put the nation down to the left. The point is there was so much chaos at this point. This was destined to fall anyway. There was nothing but chaos, and it wasn't about right and wrong or serving the Most High. It was about who's got more connection to the priestly side, and I'm gonna go with them.
Yeah.
But they were wicked. Well, let's continue.
Yeah. However, Hyrcanus determined not to return to Jerusalem anymore.
Because, if I'm not going to go back. There's no need. These guys want to kill me. Let them have it. I'll build my own thing. Read on.
But seated himself beyond Jordan and was at perpetual war with the Arabians and slew many of them and took many of them captives.
Now, I don't even want any more of this. We read this last week. I just want to make sure we understand the level of chaos that's going on in Jerusalem. Once Hyrcanus got shipped out, now you got the 5 sons and their Tobiah influence is ramping up strong in Jerusalem. So these negative left-hand Tobiahs have authority there. Okay? And this Simon the high priest chose that side for peace sake with his family. Let that go. We read the rest of it last week, how Hyrcanus died in a very jacked up way. We'll get that later. There's no need to finish that up again. Now let's go back to 2 Maccabees. 2 Maccabees, chapter 3. Verse 1 through 20. No, 1 through 40.
2 Maccabees 3 and verse 1.
Give me 1 second to get there. I'm just typing this in. Shoot. It's too big. Sorry, I'm just trying to finish. Can you like this? Yeah, this got 2. So, if you can work on that, that looks horrible. Okay, let's read this in 2 Maccabees, chapter 3, verse 1.
2 Maccabees 3 and verse 1. Now when the holy city was inhabited.
Just change the size. Let me do this. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. One more time. I'm so sorry. This is driving me crazy, man. And I'm not going to be able to do this right if I don't. Maybe the writing is too big. Yeah, the writing is too big. Do it a little bit smaller. Maybe 14, I don't know. Okay, read that.
Now when the holy city was inhabited with all peace, and the laws were kept very well.
Now listen. As the story is going now, Simon II, he died. Onias III is in power. And they said the holy city is at peace. Now what does that mean? That means Onias is doing things the right way. The Bible is being taught. The laws have, the city has gone back to a more traditional place and a traditional position. Okay? And that's important. So scripturally and from a spiritual person's perspective, Jerusalem has gone back into order because this Onias III was different than Onias II, and he was more based on pushing holiness and being spiritual. So there was peace in the city. Read on.
Because of the godliness of Onias the high priest, and his hatred of wickedness. It came to pass that even the kings themselves did honor the place, and magnify the temple with their best gifts.
So once again, this is proven that the priests were always taken care of. And when the priests were living right, the leadership was acknowledging and taking care of the offerings to make sure the offerings consistently went. We read about this for the last few weeks, right? Read on.
It says, read verse 2. It came to pass that even the kings themselves did honor the place and magnify the temple with their best gifts. And so much that Seleucus, king of Asia, of his own revenues, bare all the costs belonging to the service of the sacrifice.
So Seleucus IV covered the cost of the sacrifices, just like Antiochus III covered the cost. Just like Philadelphus covered the cost of the sacrifice, and Ptolemy Eugenes did the same thing. So these Ptolemies and the Seleucids looked after us and allowed the daily sacrifice twice a day to be done on their dime. Read on.
But one son of the tribe of Benjamin, who was made governor of the temple, fell out with the high priest about disorder in the city.
What we're going to read is, as we're breaking down these names, don't get caught up so much into the names that this story gives you, because it can be very confusing. We'll go on to more specifics next week, but when you read into the Josephus about the names of these characters in leadership position, in comparison to reading the names that you read in 2 Maccabees, and then tie it in with other histories, you're going to get some different names, and it's going to be somewhat confusing. So when you're dealing in situations that are confusing like this, you got to pick one source and ride with it to eliminate a lot of the confusion. And we're going to use, just on a historical level, Josephus's historical account of what happens next, so we don't get caught up reading 3 and 4 different stories to confuse us. Next week we're going to read about in 2 Maccabees chapter 2, where it explains that the writing that we're reading in the Maccabees is an abridged version of a 5-volume book.
Yes.
And how when you're doing abridged versions, you're getting condensed information, and you're getting information that's not thoroughly explained, because there's not enough time to explain it. And so when you're looking at this guy Simon, who was a Benjamite, who was over the temple, that's not really, he wasn't a Benjamite. And we'll go into that in a bit. But you're not going to have a Benjamite over the affairs of the temple.
Not a Levite.
It's got to be a Levite. So this was, I don't want to say it's a mistake, but it doesn't tie in with history, nor does it tie in with Josephus' account about these characters. So just for now, when you read about this guy Simon the Benjamite, just look at him as a person in a position of power that is an antagonist to what Onias III is trying to do for the nation. What we do know for a fact historically is at this time, Maccabees is painting the perspective that Onias has things in order. He has a good relationship with Seleucus IV. The Most High is working with him. But we also know through reading in Josephus, book 12, chapter 4, paragraph 11, that there's this struggles and this fighting for power that's this kind of in this underbelly amongst the nation. There's still this fight for the Hellenistic way. There's still this jockeying for power and position amongst the nation. That's still happening while Onias III is doing his good works for the Lord.
Because you only got like 20 years left before the Greek way starts to completely override the Jewish way.
Yeah.
There's only like 20 years left. Because once the Maccabean revolt comes in, the Greeks have full influence over what's going to be in the temple. and what they're going to put. They want to put statues in the temple. They want to sacrifice pig's flesh on the temple. At this point, you only got this guy's trying to keep back and withstand that Greek influence, but you only got about 20 years from this time to where all is going to be lost until the Maccabees step up. Because then you're going to have gymnasiums. You're going to have the whole Greek way completely inundated and defiling the sanctuary.
So this is all about to happen very soon. So this is like the calm before the storm.
Yeah.
So you have Onias the third is doing the right thing, but you have this other person, and it's not just this one guy, Simon. There is a movement that's right behind Onias doing this good work, that's trying to push the Greek way and find their way into society. This is going on simultaneously as Onias the third, this righteous individual, is trying to establish the nation. What's up?
And this is just, once again, it's the preceding environment before the Maccabees breakdown.
Kind of. All this leads up. Listen, I wanted to take my time to focus on this part because this is the one good story before it gets really bad. And chapter 3 is you'll leave today with a smile on your face. But hooray for the Jews! The Jews got one for the Gipperite. Because next week it's gonna be like these SOBs are horrible. Because it gets really bad next week. But this week we're gonna focus on how righteousness wins, and that when the Most High, when there's good leadership fighting for what's right, the Most High still defends us, and that's where the focus is right now. But even when there's good, what does the verse say? What's present? Evil is present, and evil is present even right now with this guy Simon the Benjamite. But just when you see Benjamite, put it in asterisk because he's not really Benjamin. And so let's just keep that in mind. So let's continue again from verse 4.
Second Maccabees 2 and verse 4. Or Second Maccabees 3 and verse 4. But one Simon of the tribe of Benjamin, who was made governor of the temple, fell out with the high priest about disorder in the city.
Listen, this one guy had a falling out with Onias about the disorder in the city. What is that disorder in the city? What's the disorder?
About whether to take the Greek way.
That's the disorder. But is it really disorder? Listen, you're pushing the Greek way, but Onias like, no, we're going to keep it. We're going to make this about serving the Most High. As long as I'm in power, the Most High is coming first, and we're not doing this. We're not doing Greek Olympics. We're not wearing togas. We're not sitting back here doing this way. I don't care what you say. We're going to do it this way. So this guy is like, I'm pissed off because there is disorder amongst the city. Damn it. But isn't that how Democrats and Republicans kind of go? If the Democrats are in power, man, the society is falling apart as a Republican. If a Republican is in power, man, we got to sit back and impeach Trump. It's the same thing. And everybody highlights the little things in policy that's going wrong to push what? Their way. How can we sit back here and get this Republican out of office? When Biden was sitting back here and pooping in his pants, Republicans were like, how can we get this guy out of here? How can we impeach Biden?
It was bad.
Well, I know you're a Republican.
Don't say that.
No! You see how quickly he was like, but he was horrible. Biden was such a bad guy. I'm trying to be partial so the people can decide for themselves the path they want to take.
We're trying.
All we're saying is whoever's in power, everybody's taking a side. And then there's this guy's horrible. Let me explain how bad this guy is. Another person comes, this guy is bad. Look at all these policies, Agenda 25, Agenda whatever the hell they're talking about. When it's Trump, it's Agenda something. I forgot what it's Agenda 2020. Yeah, 2025. Yeah, and then when it's Biden, it's something else. Everybody's going to talk about how things are falling apart when their guy isn't in power. So this guy Simon is complaining about how the city's falling apart, but really on a spiritual end, the city is stable. But it lets you know how chaotic it is amongst Israel because there was that strong agenda that was pushing the Greek way by any means necessary.
I got to read this too.
What you got? You ready now?
Yeah. All right. It says, this page 580, it says, into this simple and Puritan life, the invading Greeks brought all the distractions and temptations of a refined Epicurean civilization. Around Judea was was a ring of Greek settlements and cities.
Yep.
Samaria, Neapolis, which is Shechem, Gaza, Ascalon, Ashdod,
That's
Joppa,
west, north, and west. Joppa.
Apollonia,
Mm-hmm.
Doris, Sycamina, Polis, which is Haifa, and Acre. It says just across the Jordan was a leagued decapolis of Greek cities: Damascus, Gadara, Geraza, Diem, Philadelphia, Pella, Raphia, Hippo, Scythopolis, and Canitha. Each of these had Greek institutions and establishments, temples to Greek gods and goddesses, schools and academies, gymnasiums and palestras, and new games. From such cities and from Alexandria, Antioch, Delos, Rhodes, Greeks and Jews came to Jerusalem, bringing the infection of Hellenism, devoted to science and philosophy, art and literature, beauty and pleasure, song and dance, drinking and feasting, athletics and courtesans, and handsome boys.
Oh my God.
Man, you know what that means. Along with the gay sophistication that questioned all morals and an urbane skepticism that undermined all supernatural belief. It says, how could the Jewish youth resist these invitations? You see what he's saying?
Come on, bro.
It says, how could Jewish youth resist these invitations to delight?
Wow.
This easy liberation from 1,000 irksome restraints.
Wow.
It said it was so much action that was going on, that was being brought in by that Greek society, that you couldn't turn your face away, because everywhere you look, they're doing nude games. It's nudity. They're doing bathhouses. They got pretty boys. They're bringing prostitution in. They're bringing athleticism. They're bringing games in. They're bringing all these different distractions. There was no way, with all this influence, that you was going to be able to put your eyes and not see what's going on in the world around you, and not be infected by it, and not want to be a part of it.
And on top of that, you got people hyping it up from the inside.
Yep.
Because if I'm trying to sell the people to Hellenism, you're sitting back here and hyping up all the good. I can tell all the stories about how people are coming up and rich and they're smiling and they're happy out. And you're pushing this agenda to the Jews. They got to live a life of discipline.
Yep.
What's the Jew life, right? Sacrifice, dedication, right? Being a good servant,
Farm grinding.
paying your debts and being happy about it, right? Locking in, right? Just working that damn yard, working your lands and your crops, keeping your head down,
Taking checks.
You know what it looked like?
taking checks.
It looked like they were having fun.
That's my point. Everybody's partying across the street, right?
Nope.
You hear the drums out.
Bam, 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 bam,
You hear
bam.
the drums and the little flutes out. You're like, man.
What's going on over there?
Yeah.
Don't even look over there, man.
You
You
that
gotta sit
marching
the most high over
band. You
here.
that marching band. Everybody go ooh. You can hear it out.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like the capital city in Austin.
Yeah.
You know, you at the Capitol building, you thinking history, you thinking Texas. But at night, you got 6th Street right there. You got 5th Street, 6th Street, 7th Street, where it gets crazy.
Yeah.
So right around the corner, you got this supposed capital influence.
And then they're playing Little John down the street, like, get out of your mind, burn, man,
Yeah.
out of your mind.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
What's going on over there, man?
Yep. Shots.
That's what I'm saying. Everybody, come on, right? Come on, right?
It's hard to not
Can't
hear
go to
that,
sleep
man.
now.
Listen, right?
You're not gonna not hear it.
And then these Ammonites are sitting back here with all the money. And they say, man, y'all gotta come with us, man. You guys can get rich too. Y'all can come up too. Especially in the city, man. We can make this
And for our people, all it takes is one.
I know.
All it takes is one defector
That's it.
It takes one person wearing a toga,
Yeah.
one person, you know,
And they're saying we can sit back here and
having
build,
fun.
we can build casinos in the city.
Yeah.
We could build party house in the city. Maybe we could bring so much more income into the city by bringing these establishments here at. People from all around the country can come here and party out. We can make money.
On top of the art.
Yeah.
Because you're seeing statues, big statues of Hercules, and you're seeing all kind of different looks at, and then everything we got is kind of simplified and plain.
Like I
It
said,
wasn't essential society.
you're not getting anything out of it. Living the way we live. And this pressure is heavy. So Onias is sitting back here and he's pushing the laws, but this guy Simon was like, man, this is chaos in the city, man. Because the people that want the flesh can't get the flesh.
That's the point. That's why it's chaos.
Yeah.
That's my point. Simon and
We're
Trevor
very
Fletcher
upset.
said there is turmoil in the city.
Everybody got
because
peace and
the
spiritual.
flesh
Yeah.
can't get what it wants.
And I'm not accepting.
You know why? Because I'm pushed. I know, and I want what I want in the flesh. I don't want to have to go out of the city streets to get what I want. I want it here because I can get a part of the construction deal
Oh, wow.
that gets me in here. Everybody gets their palms greased. I can sell my property that I have waiting here for this hotel.
Let's get the economy going over.
It's all about the economy. Listen, in order to get the economy going, you got to keep spending money on new projects. Let's get some fresh money into the city.
You got to get the theater in.
That's my point.
You got to bring the theater for
The entertainment.
Yes.
You got to bring entertainment in. You got to do shows. You got to get people to come in and spend money. We can make Jerusalem a tourist attraction. This is how people were thinking back then.
See, that's what Trump said.
That's what everybody who's trying to make money
Trump said
said.
we're going to turn Gaza to a
Riviera.
Riviera.
I know. Let's make money by doing this.
Yep.
But you got to sit back here and change things up, flip things upside down, and make this bread. You do that, everybody gets paid. This is the thinking. So let's get to verse 4 again. Start again from the top.
So Maccabees 3 in verse 4. But one Simon, the tribe of Benjamin, who was made the governor of the temple, fell out with the high priest about his order in the city.
Because he's arguing with the priest about doing things the Greek way. And he's telling the high priest there's disorder because we're not aligned with these other Greeks and their way. Read on.
And when he could not overcome
Because
Onias,
Onias wasn't budging. He wasn't taking the bribe. He wasn't going to sit back here and sell out his people for some financial stability. Read on.
he got him to Apollonius, the son of Theronisi.
Like everybody else does. If I can't get what I want with you, I'm going to go over your head.
Mm-hmm.
Apollonius, Apollonius, he is the head, or the governor of Syria and Phoenice. Read that part again.
When he could not overcome Onias, he got him to Apollonius.
Apollonius.
Apollonius?
Yep.
Apollonius, the son of Therosis, who then was the governor of Syria.
Because he's like, how can I sit back here and get this guy out of power? He's trying to sit back and figure out if I can oust this one righteous guy Onias, this whole house of cards is going to fall.
Yep.
This is what he's saying. This guy is keeping everything together spiritually. If I can break him and get him out, then I can sit back here and convince the rest of these guys to side with us. He was the last dude standing.
That's tough. Huh?
This is why when you sit back here and read of Daniel's 11 and 22, Onias III is referred to as the Prince of the Covenant. Because he was the only one fighting to maintain the covenant amongst everybody else who wants to go Greek and who wants to give in to this push and be like everybody else. He's the only one not budging. And he's the point man. He's the top guy. So it's like, damn it, I got to break him, but I got to find a way to make him look bad in front of the king.
Slander him.
Because at least at the time, this king, Seleucus IV, respected Onias III's piety. So this guy, Simon's got to find a way to throw a monkey wrench in how he perceives him. So he's going to go to Apollonius, the governor of Cilicia and Phoenice, which is Phoenicia, and I'm going to tell him and give him a bogus story to make Onias III look bad, to bring negative heat on Onias III. So let's continue.
God, who then was the governor of Syria and Phoenice. and told him that the treasury in Jerusalem was full of infinite sums of money.
He said Onias is holding on to bread. He's holding on to millions, son. He's stacking in the temple, and he's smiling at you, priest. He's smiling at you, solution. He's got more money than what he's given, and he's hoarding the money for himself. This is what Simon is saying. Read on.
So that the multitude of the riches, which did not pertain to the account of the sacrifices, was innumerable, and that it was possible to bring all into the king's hand.
Wow. He said, I can sit back here. He's hoarding a lot of money that ain't got nothing to do with the daily sacrifice. He's like, if he got this money, why are y'all paying for the daily sacrifice? He's playing you. He's playing you, and they got more money, and you can have it. And I just want to sit back here. I'm looking at the solution to fourth. I'm really looking after the king. I only care about the king, and the king deserves that gold. He deserves that silver.
That's crazy.
I'm just letting you know. Just remember my name. I said it to you.
Yeah.
So when everything shakes down where he's got to shake down, you know who to come to.
Break me off.
Break me off. Take care of me. Well, we got to deal with this. Onias guy is being shady, and he's creating this negative that is purposed to take Onias out and to pull him out of position of power. Why else do it? Because if the king says, the Seleucid king says, man, you hold on his money, then I got to take you out of position. What is not revealed yet. Let's go here real quick. I'm going to go here real quick. Just to bring context to this. Let's go to Josephus, book 12, chapter 5, paragraph 1. Read that real quick.
Yeah.
Huh? Okay, then don't do that. Let's get you saluted in.
Shal Shamata, Bana Shar, Banyacha Allah.
Tawamaka, Shoshamata, Banashar, Banashar, Amachu. Yahweh Shemata.
Yahweh Shem Yashar, Bum.
Okay, so let's read book 12, chapter 5, paragraph 1.
Antiquities of the Jews, book 12, chapter 5, paragraph 1, line 237. About this time, upon the death of Onias the high priest, they gave the high priesthood to Jesus, his brother.
Stop. No, let's not worry about the death. We'll get into the death of Onias the third later. But Onias had brothers. Onias had a brother whose name was Jesus. Read on.
For that the son which Onias left, for Onias 4 was
So, hold on. Onias the third had a son named Onias the fourth. Onias the fourth was sent to Egypt. He was too young, and they didn't want to have Onias the fourth possibly killed or anything happening to him, knowing that his brother Jason was coming into power. So Onias the fourth gets sent down to Egypt. But keep going.
Was yet but an infant, and in its proper place we will inform the reader of all the circumstances that beheld this child.
That befell this child, yes.
Befell this child. But this Jesus, who was the brother of Onias, was deprived of the high priesthood by the king.
Stop. So what it's saying is, before Onias the third was elevated to be the high priest, Jason was not allowed to be the high priest. So he says Jason was deprived of the high priesthood before his brother Onias the third was elevated to the high priesthood. So when Simon II died, obviously Jason was the older brother, and Onias was the younger brother, and he had another brother besides that. But the point is this: Jason got overlooked. obviously because of his character. First of all, his name was Jesus, but he changed his name to Jason. To let you know what this guy's mind was about.
Jason, isn't that
Jason's
Greek
Greek.
concept? That's Greek, right?
Jason and the Argonauts, that was a
Yeah.
Greek name. So Jesus changed his name to Jason. So that lets you know already where his mind was at and where his political standings was at. I'm going to give you 1 second. The Most High chose Onias III, not the Most High, but Seleucus IV gave Onias III the chance over Jesus or Jason, yes.
Would that explain kind of why a lot of the names are kind of confusing? Because people were changing, they were changing their names.
They were changing their allegiances and political beliefs. They were changing their name, changing their clothing, changing how they carried themselves.
Yep.
They were changing. It was a movement. This was a major thing.
It's a revolution.
People
quote,
were
unquote.
giving up. It was like Gad cutting their hair off, and the Native Americans were cutting their hair off. Well, they were being forced to. And then people just sort of assimilated. Same thing with the Asians. They were getting their ponytails cut off. Native Americans cutting their ponytails
Wearing
off
suits.
and wearing suits and getting fades. This is part of the changing with society. But before Onias III was elevated to be the high priest, Jason was in line, but his character didn't fit to be put into the position. So this Jason guy was waiting in the wings anyway for Onias to slip. So if you understand that, if Jason is waiting for Onias to slip, now we can understand why the Simon guy was even pushing what he was pushing. If Simon wants Onias III out, who else did you think wanted Onias out? Jason, his brother. This is about getting leverage and power to push their Greek agenda. Read it again from the top.
Line 238. But this Jason, who was the brother of Onias, was deprived of the high priesthood by the king.
The king, Seleucus, said, no, I don't want Jason to be the high priest. There's something about this guy I'm not buying. Let me go to Onias III. He's the more spiritual. He's the more stable. I'm going to go with him. So for Jason to get overlooked, there was instability there. He didn't have the respect as a spiritual leader. So the funny thing is, Seleucus, this Edomite, didn't choose him. Because at least at this particular time, the leaders had a respect for what we stood for. Antiochus IV didn't. He didn't really care about our beliefs. He didn't care about respecting the position. But Seleucus IV did. Let's continue.
Who was angry with him and gave it to his younger brother, whose name also was Onias.
Okay, so Onias. So listen, first of all, what does that mean? Read this again so there can be clarity.
Line,
So it says, but this Jesus.
line 238. But this Jason, who was the brother of Onias, was deprived of the high priesthood by the king, who was angry with him and gave it to his younger brother, whose name also was Onias.
So, this is where it gets confusing. Onias III, who we're talking about in 2 Maccabees 3, Seleucus IV gave Onias III the position of high priesthood, and he overlooked Jason. But Jason had many names. Jason was Jesus, and he was also Onias. He was Onias too. Because what did it just say? I'm going to get you in 1 second. He said, and gave it to his younger brother, whose name was also Onias. So he's saying that Jesus, who changed his name to Jason, was first named who? Onias. So Simon II, the high priest, had 3 sons and called each one of them Onias. Where the hell was his mind at? He called all 3 of these guys Onias. You had Onias III, which was the younger. You had the other Onias who changed his name to Jesus, or name was changed to Jesus and eventually changed to Jason. What was your question, Elisha?
I was confused. I thought that when it said whose name was also Onias, he was referring to the second Onias, not Jesus. He says
Let's keep reading. Let's keep reading.
For Simon had these 3 sons, each of whom the priesthood came, as we have already informed the reader. This Jesus changed his name to Jason, but Onias was called Menelaus.
So there was another Onias, and he changed his name to Menelaus also. So there was 2 guys that changed their name. One Onias the third. Then you had Jason. Then you had Menelaus. It's confusing. I get it. But what we're going to read about when we get to 2 Maccabees chapter 4 is that these 2 other brothers were pro-Greek. And they were pro-Hellenism. And the only person that was not pro-Hellenism was Onias III. So when you have this protagonist in Simon that's talking about the uproar in the city, and he's trying to send messages to the governor of Syria that Onias III is stacking money, this dart and attack is really coming from who?
His own brothers.
His brothers, who are jockeying for position. Because if Onias III, which is the only righteous high priest, gets ousted, who gets inserted? Either Jason or Menelaus, who were referred to Onias in the past also. So, this is what's happening. So they might be talking about a guy named Simon, the Benjamite. But who is it really coming from? It's coming from the priesthood who's striving for power. How do we know this? We've been reading about this since when the Persian and Mede kingdom was falling. When they were warring brothers fighting for the top spot. Remember that?
Yeah.
They were fighting each other for the top spot. One righteous high priest killed his brother because he was so wicked in the temple. So this has been going on, this fighting for power at the top for a long time. The problem is now it's 2 versus 1.
Yep.
So with that being the case, we're going to let the rest of this chapter, this verse go, this paragraph go. We'll go back to that next week. So I just want to make sure we understand where this contention in the city, this guy Simon's coming from, and who he's really working for. When you sit back here, even and look at battles and conspiracies, you might have a point man in your conspiracy, but who's financing that point man? Who's financing that political direction? It's the same people in the high priesthood that overlooked and didn't get their chance to shine. So, and we'll figure this out in chapter 4. We'll start seeing Jason fight even harder to get that position once Seleucus IV dies. So, let's continue back in 2 Maccabees chapter 3 in verse 6. No, we already got that point. Verse 6 just said, hey, there's so much money in the temple. He's holding back from you. Can you please let the king know Onias III is screwing him over? Right? So let's continue.
At verse 6?
Let's go 7. Let's do 6. We'll do 6.
2 Maccabees chapter 3 and verse 6. And told him that the treasury in Jerusalem was full of infinite sums of money, so that the multitude of their riches, which did not pertain to the account of the sacrifices, was innumerable, and that it was possible to bring all into the king's hand.
So listen, this guy Simon, who was financed and backed by whoever, that's going to be revealed later, he doesn't care about the consequences of this greedy move and what the effect is going to be. He can care less. But hold this, because we're going back to it, and let's go to Proverbs 15 in verse 27.
Proverbs chapter 15 and verse 27.
Read that.
He that is greedy of gain troubleth his own house.
'Cause that's really what they're not seeing. All this greed and all this fighting for position to get on top is really bringing trouble and negative to the city, man. And they don't really care about the consequences of their greedy positioning in their decision making. They just want what they want. If Simon opens this Pandora's box, in his mind, I can get Onias out, the third. But he doesn't care about the fact that unnecessary military forces is coming in here, and the entire fabric of your city is going to be turned upside down. All they care about is, I want what I want, and I got to fight for this position and go backdoor and do backdoor deals and sideways moves to get what I want. What he's saying is, when a man or woman tries to push for greedy positions, all that comes behind it is unwanted trouble in your own house. And this is what Simon and these other high priests were bringing to Jerusalem, was hell, death, contention, sadness, suffering, and loss of thousands of lives. Just to sit back here and get a higher position. So keep that in mind as we continue. 2 Maccabees chapter 3. And no, not 6. Let's go verse 7.
2 Maccabees chapter 3 and verse 7. Now when Apollonius came to the king and had showed him of the money whereof he was told.
So the governor sat back here and ended up talking to Seleucus the fourth and said, hey man, the Jews got this money in this temple. They're hoarding it. They're stealing from you. They're holding money back. They're doing you wrong. They're taking advantage of your kindness. They're taking advantage of your kindness for weakness. They're doing you wrong. What are we going to do about it? If it's painted that way, what's the king going to do? But this, read on.
It says, the king chose Heliodorus, his treasurer.
Heliodorus,
his treasurer, and sent him with a commandment to bring him the foresaid money.
He said, bring me these riches, Heliodorus. We need it for our stockpile. Why? Because isn't Seleucus the raiser of what?
Taxes.
I need this money to pay off my debt. If you tell me there's money there, I need to get this money. So if he's hoarding money, go in that temple. That means go into the temple and give me this stash. Because we need it. Read on.
Crazy.
So forthwith,
As you see how it ties in with Daniel's 11, the collector of taxes, and there's a whole story behind the collector of taxes.
That makes sense.
Now we're here. Okay, read on.
So forthwith Heliodorus took his journey under a color of visiting the city of cold Syria and Phoenice.
So what he's saying is, I'm going to act like I want to do a tour of all the cities in the region, and just check on Syria, which is the entire region of Syria, including Israel and Tyre. I'm going to go check out all these cities, and he's taking a look at them. And it's my time to go to Jerusalem and check on y'all city. But really, I'm coming to take this money. Yeah.
So if this the fight transitioned from fight of being responsible to the taxes, right?
Mm-hmm.
From the Hellenism.
Onias the second, right?
Well, yeah. So basically, the internal fighting isn't about who has control of making the money. They got their money.
Yeah.
They want to change the culture of Israel.
Because more than likely, that farming and taxing went to somebody else. That farming and taxes, out of Israel. That farming and taxes is an annual position you have to apply for.
Yeah.
Especially after Hyrcanus died and Joseph died.
Hyrcanus is on the run.
Yeah.
Now, Hyrcanus doesn't die yet. Hyrcanus is on the run and farming money. He's robbing Arabs, because Hyrcanus wasn't told to go to Arabia and take money from the Arabians. That's why he knew.
But he got to live, though.
But that's my point. So I'm going to use this authority.
I got to eat.
This fake authority and say, man, I got to eat. I got to feed them. At the same time, I got to do what I got to do.
Yeah.
So, but that's why he says when Antiochus figures out what I did, the next guy figures out I'm dead. Because he knew he was doing crime, He was doing shakedowns,
Yeah.
Because these territories were just wandering nomads, These Arabians, they were just out there, but they didn't have all these established cities in the desert,
They were bad dudes too.
But they were killers. So he went out there and got. Don't forget. Remember when Ezra was making the trip from Babylon, There were bandits out there, bro. He's like, we got to make sure. I can't ask for protection. I can't ask for protection from the king because I'm talking to the king about how the Most High going to look after us. But now I'm sitting here. There's real bandits out here. There's real stick-up kids out here in these streets.
And they're getting money out there.
And they're getting money. So I got to sit back and have faith and hope the Most High don't have these bandits stick us up.
Yep.
Makes sense? So,
And there was also Arabs that withstood us building the temple too.
yeah.
Along with those Samaritans.
They were the ones that were coming in there when the walls were incomplete and robbing and stealing and taking slaves.
They've been doing this.
So, but now, Hyrcanus is going out there fighting them and forcing these dudes to give up their taxes so he can survive.
Yep.
So now he's like, in the end of Josephus paragraph 11, he says he knew that when Antiochus got into power, he was going to collect and punish me for my deeds. So that's why he killed himself, knowing that Antiochus was going to come after him after Seleucus IV died. So Hyrcanus is on the run out of Jerusalem, but he still did some good deeds in Jerusalem. We're going to read about that in a second. Point is, Heliodorus, yes, the farming was out of our hands at this point. So now it was about how can I fight to get into position to get as close to the king and the elite level as possible. And it started with having that top position. And then we could do all the changes in the city and bring Greece to us. And we can become a civilized city and get the respect of the rest of the world. Because what is it also showing? All that biblical shine faded real quick.
Yeah.
Remember when Ptolemy Philadelphus was like respecting us and want to read your books?
Yeah.
That book got dusty real quick. They got shelved real quick, and the shine and respect of being a Jew and being this Bible guy, people stopped caring about it. Now we look like those damn what do you call those guys in Philadelphia? Who are those people in Philadelphia? Those Amish people.
Yeah.
Like these weirdos just make buildings that make homes out, and they had these big old beards and they wear black out. They don't get no respect out. Then they get respect in the world out. Hell no.
The isolationists.
And the only way they survive is that they don't do media. Because can you imagine if they had a social media in that place out? How many people will be defecting Amish territory out? They're getting the hell out of here, huh?
They got a whole show on that. The Amish starting to get like Americanized. Like they have the young kids that sneak phones into the community.
That's hella sneaking phone. They're on. That's
tattoos.
crazy, bro.
Come on, man.
Then I'm making butter by hand.
That's like the best. That's like the best.
They're like, forget that butter, cuz.
They have the best Esau. They have the best food. They're healthy. They have good meats out. The meats are
But they're
Meat
jealous.
bread.
They want to get in these streets and see what it do, right?
That's Israel too.
Well, I know this. That's the point. The point is, can you keep these young people in this
That's
box,
a hard
right?
task, bro.
And to get them loving, working, and churning butter out? You got to learn how to love to churn butter and doing this milk out. Love this out. But if you're watching Instagram out, you don't want to churn no butter out.
She don't want to be Matilda no more.
You don't want to make cheese. I got to do cheese the rest of my life.
Yeah, you got to can some goods, man.
I can't listen. I ain't this rest of my life. I don't
It's
do
a
this
good
out.
life, bro.
Listen, I know this. But try to tell a 15-year-old that, 16-year-old that this is what it's about. This is the battle of having that negative influence all around you. It is very hard to keep people to love a life of working 12-hour days. 12-hour shifts forever. And loving that.
There's no entertainment.
And there's no I don't know if there's electricity.
Well, some videos are, but they're not, most of them not.
So you're dealing with candles, right? Candle life, right? When it's dark, the whole city is out of there, right?
Yeah.
Kinda.
Hey, shout out to the Amish though.
I respect
it.
it.
Was in South Carolina after the storm. They built 150 houses like in 3 months.
Yeah.
That's old.
And then they said, "Oh, they weren't permanent, so we got to tear them down." But nobody built houses for the poor, disenfranchised after the storm.
Yeah. Well, listen, I'm not even knocking Amish. I just want to make sure people understand that is always the battle. Can people love a simple way of life and not get caught up into the trappings of society? That's always the battle.
The streamers.
Everybody got a farm. You know how hard farming is, that?
Yeah.
Farming, listen, you get what you put into it. But it's grind. You're sweating all damn day.
There's a society in Mexico, and this is Edomites that came in, I think, the early 1800s, and they completely removed themselves from all society. They say this little pocket. It's supposed to be German. It's supposed to be German, Spanish, and another variation of German as well. The only way they're able to make it, what the guy was saying is, we're only able to maintain our society because we're separated from everybody. So there's no, you're not, like, they don't get visitors very often.
Yep.
They don't really, they have some technology, but not really. So it's completely isolated from the world. That interaction, outside interaction, destroys the from the inside out.
So you have to be controlling, and you have to rule with an iron grip to save your people's lives. If you don't, and you give people the freedom to make moves how they want, it's just going to weaken it from the inside.
That's why even in Utah right now they got it where apps you have to state your age to download apps in Utah because you got them Latter-day Saints out there and them Mormons out there.
Yeah.
They're trying to preserve their little culture.
And they got to.
And it's hard. It's hard. At LDS, it's hard to keep their zones together. It's hard to have any life that's disciplined around all of this lack of discipline. It's hard, bro.
Yeah.
And it was breaking us, especially the rich in our society. The elites were pushing it. So now you have the poor Jews. They're just suffering and watching these guys smile with all these strange clothes. And they're saying, hey, if we bring this in here, everybody can enjoy the prosperity of being Greek.
I can't find it, but it said that the elites had the togas on.
I know.
So if your most influential people in your society got Greek togas on, it's just going to trickle down to the rest of the people.
The Tobians were sitting back here. The elites were wearing Versace out. They were wearing a little Medusa head. They were being Versace. We're rocking Versace.
They had Medusa belt.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Oh, they togas
out. They were wearing Medusa belt buckles back in those days.
Over the togas.
It's true, right?
Exactly, right?
With the LV.
LV sandals at.
Yeah.
With LV sandals at.
It's a never-ending dynamic, though.
I know. And that's the problem. And you see people sitting back and say, I want to wear that too. I want to smile and have money in my pocket, and not live check to check. Because think about this. The Tobians were pulling 1/3 of your crop to them. So that means the people were in immense poverty. Yeah. 1/3 of your crop was going to Seleucid.
That's crazy.
So you're struggling. You are struggling.
I didn't know that.
That's what they just read. That was what the collector of taxes looked like.
Listen,
that's what it meant.
Can I say something, bro?
So now I'm broke. 2/3. I only got 2/3 of my crops left to survive and tread water. And I see these guys sitting back here wearing Versace and Gucci.
Yeah. And they say
they were the first Gucci man.
I'm gonna give a they say scenario. They say this is a they say situation that in the time when I guess this is the before the flood or whatever that.
Come on, man, you bringing some.
Okay, we're gonna leave it alone.
Some Lilith breakdowns.
Yeah,
about Lilith.
It's not Lilith, but it's not.
But it's not. You know, no, man.
The sons. I leave it. Never mind.
That's what I'm. Sons of Man. You want to go to the Sons of Man and all. Listen.
There's people out down there that were doing the same thing.
They were smiling at.
Yeah.
Well, let's not.
That bothers people, right?
Well, listen. I'm gonna say this. That's true. Even when you're in a camp and you have people that are on the outside and they have freedoms that other people don't have, that vexes people.
Yeah.
And it really makes you choose who are you doing this for, why you're doing it. Because when everybody's sitting back here and they're smiling and they don't feel the same weight you feel, then the question is this: are we all getting the same thing at the end? That's the first question you're asking yourself. And if I'm getting the same thing he's getting, then why do I got to work so hard?
Yeah.
Is it worth it? But if we're all getting the same thing, then why am I busting my tail at this level and this person doesn't have to? But then that thinking goes to everyone. The different levels that people are giving, they're always going to look to the next person and say, damn, do they got to do as much as I'm doing?
Exactly.
Then why should I even do what I'm doing?
Why am I going crazy?
Then why am I going crazy fighting battle after battle?
I'm fighting my flesh all the time.
You think these Amish are smiling, just working in the dirt and in the snow all damn day long, bro? Listen, they're in Pennsylvania. It gets cold. You got to work that land in.
They don't have heaters over there.
And you better save. You better have busted your tail in the summer. Because if you don't have enough in the winter, what you gonna do?
You don't have a problem.
You gonna be eating like one carrot.
Brother, can I have a potato, brother?
Listen, if you didn't sit back here and properly, what do you call it? What do you call it when Esau they're jarring.
Oh, canning and jarring.
Yeah, if you didn't can and jar, you're messed up.
Yeah.
Or if you got rats in there and they eating away at things, you're done. Right?
You better do things the right way.
Yes.
You better not take shortcuts because there's always consequences for shortcuts.
But you can do shortcuts if you go to HEB. If you go to HEB, you're okay. You don't got to worry about shortcuts. You don't got to worry about being detailed and being a bomb farmer.
We going to HEB real quick. We got to get some bags. What happened? Oh, we didn't know. We had to get into disease in our crops, man. We kind of forgot to apply a certain type of fertilizer.
You don't got to worry about all that fighting weeds and fighting all this craziness. You just got to smile and go to the store, right? And work a regular job.
Yeah.
This is the problem.
Even in China, you know what you're doing, because even in China, when it comes to crops, when it comes to corn, your corn should be separated a certain distance because it allows sunlight to enter into those, hit the corn, and the sunlight kills bacteria and disease. But when you have the corn plant too close together, then it's dark and there's too much moisture, and the moisture breeds disease. So you have a higher percentage of disease in your crops.
But what if you have diseased crops and you have no food that winter?
You gonna eat it?
you gonna wash it off. Yeah. You gonna scrub that.
It tastes weird.
You gonna put some bleach on it or something, kill them bacteria, and then soak it back in some water. You better do something, or put it in some vinegar.
You know the problem comes with that? The mold spores you eat creates myotoxins. The myotoxins start messing with your brain. Start having hyper emotional. You start getting a little emotional.
You're not going to the doctor
because you got mold. You got to
figure that out.
Brain toxins.
I was going to say, actually, in Mexico, the fungus that grows on the corn, that's actually like something to eat.
Well, that's different. They're different territories. Maybe in Mexico, but maybe Pennsylvania.
The cornflower is good. We're talking about the mold that's not supposed to be there.
No, that itself, it's called, it starts with X, but they eat that. That's like it's a delicacy in Mexico.
Yeah, it wasn't this.
People call things delicacies, but that's all you got.
But they also eat scorpions
and mosquitoes.
Yeah,
it's the delicacy too. It's the number one.
And you put scorpions in tequila, and you drink it. What's the point? What are we saying? All we're saying.
This is a delicacy.
Yeah.
That's one.
Have you tried it?
Two, it's always a battle between living a disciplined life and a technological and scientific. We're not getting scientific. Then it's just about more convenient ways to live, more easier ways to operate, and that always breeds to the fueling the flesh. And this is the battle that's happening amongst Israel. Mm-hmm. Is that you have a group of people who have backing, who have priests ready in line. Listen, don't forget, even in all these countries right now, for instance, there is a guy that is somewhere, whether in the United States and Europe, that's waiting to take over Russia if Putin gets taken out. You have a person who is a Belarusian citizen by nature who is in Latvia or Estonia. So they're waiting for Lukashenko to get ousted to bring the person that they wanted. There's always a person who is ready to bring in this democratic way to destroy the infrastructure of your country that's waiting to come in if the leadership slips. That's happening even now. Now, even right now, everybody was talking about how bad Assad was. That was the Bashar al-Assad who was running Syria. Do you know now that the guy HTS is killing any Christian in Syria? If you are a Christian in Syria, you're a dead man or dead woman. They're shooting you. They're driving trucks over you. They're sitting back here and mutilating your body just because you're Christian. But they want to say Assad was a dictator and he was hard on the people. What he was doing was keeping all these weirdos and crazies out of the country. But they do this all around the world. And they're waiting to break down the country, pull out the strong leader to bring a wicked leader in there that's going to let you do what you want. Now, these HTS people are killing Christians, but they're letting Israelis take the southern part of Syria, and they're letting the Turks take the northern part of Syria.
Which is full of oil.
Well, that, and for the Turkey people, they're able to eliminate there's a certain group of people that have been terrorizing Turkey for 30, 40 years. They get to wipe out those people and push out their zone and make Turkey whole while having access to oil. The funny thing is the oil is in the east. America got the oil. They got the oil. America got the oil in the week on the east.
The Wagner group got some of it too.
Oh yeah, they're leaving. They're leaving Syria. They left Syria in the west because Russia had the western coast, had the port cities.
Yeah, Russia said they're going to leave a permanent location. They're not going to extract themselves out
all the way.
All the way. They're going to leave a little.
Yeah. Because they're also in Libya. They're moved to Libya also.
Yep.
Point is this: the resources in the east, and that's how they broke Bashar anyway. He couldn't do any trading because America had that. What am I saying? All I'm saying is this is the pressure that all these empires and kings are having. They could be good leaders, but they're getting so much pressure on them. As soon as they fall, they got this negative guy coming in to take over a position.
You can't slip.
This is what's happening to Onias. Onias III is the one guy trying to do things the right way, but he's pressured all around by forces trying to extract him out of power so the Greek way can come in and flow full bore. This is how you break empires. This is what was happening to Gaddafi in Libya. Gaddafi had Libya running smooth. They kept pressuring him and pressuring him. He broke, got killed, and the people that came in have destroyed the country. People are in their slaves, they're slave markets in Libya, and nobody talks about it. Nobody talks about how there's ethnic cleansing going on in Syria.
They did it in Egypt too.
They're doing it Arab. That's what the Arab Spring was about. Any leader that didn't comply to democratic rules, we're going to oust you and put a puppet that does what we want in there, and they're going to destroy the city from the inside. And this is what's about to happen in Jerusalem. You have planted people inside Jerusalem that want to see Jerusalem flipped upside down and changed.
Yep.
And they're trying to do whatever they can to initiate a coup. This is what this Simon guy is doing. He's trying to initiate a coup. This one doesn't work out, but the next one does. And this is how America constantly does. For every CIA operation that works, 2 don't work. But they just keep going different directions. They tried to sit back here through the Biden administration. They tried to go break Russia. It didn't work. So what are they going to do? They're going to back away from Russia, focus on China, America is at least, and Europe is going to keep applying pressure with Russia, and eventually America's going to come right back and take out Russia, or attempt to, because this is what foreign policy is all about. If one way doesn't work, regroup and go a different way. But we're going to go at the same problem. The issue is still to break Russia and China. It ain't changed. They've been talking about this since the 50s, since the Cold War started. How do you disarm Russia and break China? The first thing they did back in the 50s was to break their union. That was the first thing. That was what Nixon and what was that guy?
After Nixon was Gerald Ford.
No, not the president, but the guy that worked with
Nixon.
The
corrupt.
Come on, his name is and he's been in foreign policy.
Oh, he just died.
He just died, and I always get his name.
He was supposed to be tried for war crimes. No, he's supposed to be tried for war crimes.
No doubt. No. He was a really bad guy.
You talking about?
Come on, y'all. Somebody got to get.
He's supposed to be up for war crime. He's the one that dropped all them napalm in Asia.
Listen, he was in charge of breaking that whole Central Asia place. I forgot his name,
General?
man. No, he was a vice president.
He was a cabinet member.
He was a cabinet member. Yeah, man, I forgot his name.
His name is.
He was his number one advisor, and he was the one who helped deal with all those not secret. He worked on the deals with China to get China to start working with us and to back away from Russia. And that was where to break Russia. This has always been about breaking Russia and breaking China, and it's happening now. But once again, it might take 75 years. Henry Kissinger, that's the guy. Henry Kissinger was the guy who was in charge of helping to break China while it was that's indirectly breaking Russia. All I'm saying is the devil keeps going at you until he gets you. And what's happening with Onias, he's the last man standing, trying to keep a spiritual way going, while everybody else is surrounding him and trying to break him and oust him. So now, with that being said,
one verse on that. Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 14, and verse 11. Verse 9.
Verse 9. Do what?
Through 11.
Okay.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 14, verse 9. For the ungodly and his ungodliness are both alike hateful unto the Most High.
And we know that Greek paganism, that Greek idol worship that they're bringing in with the temple of Diana, the temple of Zeus, the temple of Athena, the temple of Apollos,
Yep.
all these Greek deities, when they're coming in with their Greek idols and their Greek worship, their Greek customs, the Greek way of living, their food, their language, all this is pagan. They're bringing in a whole host of paganism into Jerusalem. Read on.
For that which is made shall be punished together with him that made it.
It says, but the ones that made all these idols that's coming into Jerusalem, Most High eventually going to punish them. He said the idols and the ones that made it going to be punished. Read.
Therefore, even upon the idols of the Gentiles shall there be a visitation.
It says the Most High is going to visit the idols of the Gentiles. He says because those idols bring in influence. They represent a negative influence upon the people. Read on.
Because in the creature of the Most High, they are become an abomination.
It said because those idols that come with the other nation's culture, he said they're an abomination. Read.
And stumbling blocks.
And what does the Most High call these idols?
And stumbling blocks.
What do we call the Greek way of living?
And stumbling blocks.
What is that Hellenism that's coming into Jerusalem?
Stumbling blocks.
These are stumbling blocks to the people. They no longer can focus on the Most High. The Most High is no longer important anymore. The Most High now has to compete for the attention of the people. Because now you got all the Greek idol worship coming into Jerusalem and surrounding Jerusalem. And now you got these men, especially the young. It said the youth. It says that it's a stumbling block to them. Read on.
And stumbling blocks to the souls of men.
It said these are stumbling blocks to the souls of men. Read.
And a snare to the feet of the unwise.
And if you don't know no better, you're looking at this Greek way of living as fun, as entertainment. Man, what's wrong with it? I don't see nothing wrong with it. It's good. It's new. Why are you against the new? You're old-fashioned. So the Most High is looking at the impression that these idols put upon our people. It's a stumbling block to their soul.
Yeah.
Whether it's Hellenism, whether it's Westernism, whether it's Americanism, whether it's that democratic liberal way of thinking, all of it is a stumbling block. And this is why you got Captain Traoré of Burkina Faso. He kicked out the French. He removed all their names from all the streets, all the French names. Then the French language is no longer the dominant language. He removed all French buildings, streets, names. He removed anything French out of Burkina Faso, and he's controlling all the natural resources of Burkina Faso. And now Cuba and Venezuela had to go over there and bring soldiers because now Europe is like, we got to get rid of this guy.
It's a matter of time. They're just waiting. They're gonna keep attacking this dude until he folds, or they can find somebody that they can bribe to take his spot. Because this is the same thing happening in Israel. You try to keep a spiritual standard. You try to fight to do the right thing, and then over time, people are going to sit back here and be infiltrated by somebody who doesn't mind selling out their own people for advancement. Yep. This is what's happening. And over time, eventually, all the good that man's going to do can be changed over one generation.
Yep.
It don't take long.
Yep, the next guy up in charge.
And then all they'll do is just kill the people that wanted to live that way, and then the hardcore zealots are going to be killed, and everybody else is going to see those guys get killed and conform. It's just like these Alawites, because look up Alawites, Alawites. These are Syrians that believe in Christianity. If you say you're a Christian and you acknowledge Christianity, they kill you. So what are they going to do in Syria? Either you're going to hold fast to what you believe in and get killed, or change, bend the knee and serve Islam. This is what's happening right now.
Yep.
Literally in Syria. But Esau was talking about civil rights.
Civil rights.
And how this other guy wasn't democratic. He let everybody believe what they wanted to believe.
Equality.
So who was wrong? The guy Bashar al-Assad, he got taken out because he was a weak military mind. But policy-wise, he let if you want to believe in Christianity, do it. You want to believe in Sunni Muslim, do it. You want to believe in the other Islam, do it. He allowed everybody to cohabitate in harmony. Same thing with Iraq. They said that Saddam was this wicked guy. He was able to control all these different factions of Islam and operate as a nation. With him being gone, they're just warring tribes again.
Al-Qaeda.
And they're just ISIS and Al-Qaeda. They're just different branch-offs fighting for power and territories. But that's how Esau operates, divide and conquer. Now, if you're divided, I can get in there and do what I want and make my business deals. But if they're all in solidarity with each other, you're a threat.
Yep.
But this is the same thing happening with Burkina Faso. They're united now, but over time, they're going to wear at them and they're going to break them down like they broke down. There was another leader in Africa, and I think it's in Congo, Mubamba. Muamba, whatever the case is. This guy was bringing his people together, and they just wiped him out.
Yeah.
They did a CIA operation, took this guy out, and then they brought this dude with this older man with a short natural act, and he put the people to do all kind of hell out. Yeah. And this is what they do all the time. They're just going to replace the guy that's doing right with a dictator, and they'll never talk about how he was a dictator. Well, they'll bring the other guy in and say he was socialist.
And they'll destabilize the whole country.
But when it's destabilized, I get deals on the work, on the natural resources.
I get a better deal on the natural resource. You had your hand up, Kareem? You had your hand up?
No. Oh, yeah. I was, what country was that?
Burkina Faso. Burkina Faso in Africa. But this is the guy who is like on a one-man band to unify his country and kick out everything European.
Yep.
He don't want nothing to do with Europe.
And that's the best way to do it. The challenge is, are the people around him going to sell out or support the movement despite giving up their personal opportunities for advancement? That's always the issue. You're going to sell out or just hold fast and let this man finish what he's going to do and then give the position to the man after him that maintains it. The hard thing is to keep it going.
Okay.
So it is what it is.
He knows it's about 2 o'clock.
Yeah. Right. So what you got? You still got more now?
No, that's it.
Okay, so let's go back to Wisdom. Not Wisdom, but 2 Maccabees chapter 3.
8. 2 Maccabees chapter 3 and verse 8. So forthwith Heliodorus took his journey under a color of visiting the cities of Seleucia and Phoenice, but indeed to fulfill the king's purpose.
Which is to extract the talents of gold and silver in the temple and bring it back to himself to pay off these indemnities and taxes by the Romans. Read on.
And when he was come to Jerusalem and had been courteously received of the high priest of the city.
So Onias III brought him into the city with respect and favor. Read on.
He told him what intelligence was given of the money.
So Heliodorus said, listen, man, I got some intel that you're stashing and holding on to money, and we're going to need this money. The king wants it, and it was kind of underhanded that you took this money and you were hiding it from us. This is what Heliodorus is telling Onias III. Read on.
And declared wherefore he came, and asked if these things were so
He
indeed.
says, are these true? This is why I came here in the first place.
Yep.
Is this true? Are these reports true? Read on.
Then the high priest told him that there was such money laid up for the relief of the widows and fatherless children.
He said there is money set aside, but that money is already accounted for. That money was set aside so that the poor and the children and the widows can have monies when they're in need. This is part of our law also. Read on.
And
When you see all this unnecessary heat that's coming in, that money was supposed to go to the widows.
Yep.
And to the fatherless children. But this dude Simon, who was under orders by whoever he was under orders by, is going to destroy all of this and destroy a cash resource to help out the poor and the sick and the needy of the nation.
And this is nothing more than a smear campaign.
Yep. And so he's like, I'm gonna sit, and these guys, I'm gonna sit back here and destroy the poor's way to sustain himself, just so I can get on top.
Yep.
Read on.
and that some of it belonged to Hyrcanus, son of Tobias.
So he said some of this money came from Hyrcanus, which was still alive at this particular time. Read verse 11.
Verse 11. And that some of it belonged to Hyrcanus, son of Tobias, a man of great dignity.
So he says some of this money was left by Hyrcanus for that purpose. So before he left Jerusalem, he said, let me give them some money so that the poor and needy can be taken care of. I'm out of here, but at least I know the money's in a good spot and the people can be taken care of. So Hyrcanus did do some good work before he was ousted by his brothers and Onias III's father, Simon II. Read on.
And not as that wicked Simon had misinformed.
Now he's talking about that Simon that was supposed to be the Benjamite. He said that wicked Simon was lying. This money was always here, and it was for the service of the people. Read on.
The sum whereof in all was 400 talents of silver and 200 of gold.
He said, but that's still distributed to the people and the needy of the city. Read on.
And that it was altogether impossible that such wrongs should be done unto them that had committed it to the holiness of the place.
He said it's unfair if you take this money because it was committed to do good works by it. And the money was only given so that good works can be done. And you can't sit back and take this money and just use it as a pawn for the king's benefit or even for my benefit. Because I'm not even trying to get benefit from this. Because I know what this money is for. But he was one of the few good men who had the integrity not to use that money for himself. He let the money stay where it was supposed to be and be used for the intended purpose of what it was supposed to be. That took discipline in itself. Read on.
And to the majesty and inviolable sanctity of the temple, honored over all the world.
Because what he was saying is, all the priests, all the kings weren't going to violate the monies and the resources that went to this place. This was understood from the beginning. That these resources were not supposed to be touched and not violated. Read on.
But Heliodorus, because of the king's commandment given him, said that in any wise...
Either way, bro, I'm taking it. This is what Heliodorus said. Either way, I know you're talking about inviolable and using all these big words, but I'm going to go into this place and get this bread. This is what my king wants me to do. But you see how bringing all this negative here is going to affect so many people? How many people was going to get affected by Simon's play? By Simon's greed? So many people are going to be affected on the negative side because he wants to use it as leverage to get position for the person who put him up to it. Read on. What you going to say? You said something?
Yeah, Proverbs chapter 6, verse 16.
Proverbs chapter 6. You said verse 16?
16 through 19. Read that.
Proverbs chapter 6 and verse 16. These 6 things doth the Lord hate.
And the Most High say he hate these 6 things. Read.
Yea, 7 are an abomination unto him.
Go ahead.
A proud look,
So to go into the temple and rob the temple of its money, that's what you got to be arrogant to do that. Read on.
A lying tongue.
And then you're there off of one man's lie.
Yeah.
You're there because this one man, Simon Simon, saying that there's infinite sums of money in the temple.
Crazy.
That's a lie. Read on.
And hands that shed innocent blood.
And so you're taking away money from the widows and the fatherless. Read on.
A heart that devises.
That's a bloody man.
Yeah, it's a bloody man. A heart that devises, or to create a wicked thought process. A heart that devises what?
Wicked imagination.
Damn, man, this was a scheme
to
get this was a scheme to slander
Onias
the third, and also make an enemy out of the king.
So that the king will say, man, let me pull your brother up
and get you replaced.
And get you replaced.
You need to get
so that really the Greek way can come in here, and then this Jason can come in here and promote me and put me in a position I got to go on.
Because I got to get this money.
But you're that domino that got to fall for me to get paid.
Yeah. And that's a setup.
And that's wicked imagination.
Man, the Most High, this man is guilty of all 7 of these things.
Yeah, bro.
Ready?
Feet that be swift in running to mischief.
They say he created this plan. This man created this idea to get Onias III removed. Read?
A false witness.
And he said he holded out all the money and he don't want to give it to you. I know he got the money in there.
Infinite.
He's got infinite sums of money.
You know that's gonna get any king looking up here like infinite.
Yeah.
That's my money.
Almost as if he's seen the money himself.
Exactly.
He said infinite sums of money. Read?
A false witness that speaketh lies.
Which is all a lie. That's why Hellenism is there. It's based off a lie. Read on.
And he that soweth discord among brethren.
And he that doing what?
That soweth discord
among brethren.
This man is guilty of all 7 of these things that the Most High said he hates.
I know.
He said 6 he hates. The 7 is abomination. This is like the devil sending this man Hellenism to extract the money out the temple.
Yeah.
Only a devil would do that. Go into a holy sanctuary and rob a sanctuary. You got to be a devil to do that.
But who did it? Was it Heliodor? She's just following orders.
He's under orders, man.
It's this Simon, this Israelite that set this whole thing up. We're going to sit back here and read next chapter about how messed up Antiochus was and how messed up things were. But, man, we did it first. We were our own worst enemy.
Yeah.
This guy didn't give a damn about. He knew what it was for. He knew that those offerings were for the people. And that the people were going to suffer. Let's just say his plan worked. If the plan worked, the poor and the needy and the fatherless and the widows are going to be what?
Suffer.
They will have nothing to sustain themselves. Huh? He didn't give a damn about that.
Damn.
That's how demonic it was. If it worked, thousands of people would suffer. What you going to say?
And the people were already poor.
The taxes, listen, people were losing money because the tax rate just got hiked up. Your whole income, think about us. If our taxes went to 1/3 of our salary, that didn't change the fact that expenses kicked in. Normally, when you do business, 1/3 is left for you after expenses.
Yeah.
After expenses and costs and things, you might have a third to survive off of. Now, your third is just on taxation. So how much is left for profit to sustain yourself? Very little. Very little anyway. So people were suffering, and that money could have went to good hands. But just the thinking was destructive, and that greed, people didn't give a damn how much negative and sadness and pain was going to come from this move. And that's why it was the demonic plan. Sorry.
But you also have monies that the priest supposed to hold just for to sustain the temple eroding. You know, because the stones get old, the wood rots out. You got to maintain it.
Yep.
So there's supposed to be money to maintain the temple also.
Yep.
So now it starts to decay and break down.
Everything is empty. Everything's about to be empty.
Yep.
Because this dude sat back here and is hoping this move will oust Onias III. Just off of hope. Let's destroy the stability of the temple just to get a chance to get power. Let's continue.
Back in Maccabees.
Yeah, what verse are we at? I'm sorry. You're done with your
That's
Proverbs?
it. Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's keep going.
2 Maccabees chapter 3 and verse 13. But Heliodorus, because of the king's commandment given him, said that in any wise it must be brought into the king's treasury.
He said, either way, man, I hear what you're saying, but I got to do what I got to do. I'm on the orders. I got to take this gold, and I got to take this silver. Read on.
So at the day which he appointed, he entered into the order this manner. Therefore, there was no small agony throughout the whole city.
The entire city was stressed out. The entire city was already on edge anyway. This is about the regular people. They were in agony because they was like, listen, if we're ever in a pinch, we have nowhere to go to.
Yep.
Why do you think they're in agony? Why do you think the people of the city are in agony? Because they know if they're ever in hard times, and hard times are coming, there's nowhere they can go to this to survive. The temple was for everybody who needed. So everybody's stressing out because they's like, man, this money's gonna be going. That was for us. Hey, listen, my crops are failing.
Yep.
Because the thing is this: when the people are sinning, when a nation falls apart, the taxation is getting higher, and the yield of production of the fruit supply is diminishing too. That's historically it kind of went hand in hand. When the nation was negative, the supplies were kind of getting lower.
Yep.
Now the supplies are going lower and the taxation is raising. Everybody's stressed out. Everybody feels the pressure. So let's continue.
Verse 15. But the priests, prostrating themselves before the altar in their priest's vestments, called unto heaven upon him that made a law concerning things given to the kept.
Given to be kept.
Yes, forgive me. Given to be kept, that they should safely be preserved for such as had committed them to be kept.
So listen, what he's saying is that the priests got in their priest garments and were praying that these offerings and these gifts that were given can be kept. Now this story, this scenario, this is the first instance where you read about that korban. That's talked about in Matthew or in Mark and Luke, or specifically Mark, that talks about how the korban was corrupted. Because the korban was supposed to be given, these gifts were supposed to be given for the service of the people. But people were corrupting the korban and started taking these gifts for themselves. So for instance, this man, Hyrcanus, gave this large sum of money. It was their korban. It was a gift. But the gift was supposed to go to the poor, the needy, the fatherless, the children, the fatherless children, the widows. It was supposed to be a fund for the poor. So with that in mind, this was the first time the korban was being was instituted, and it was being used the right way. Okay? Now when you read, hold this and go to Mark chapter 7, verse 9 through 13. Mark chapter 7, verse 9 through 13.
Play by myself.
Yeah, read that.
Okay. Mark chapter 7 and verse 9. And he said unto them, full well ye reject the commandment of the Most High, that ye may keep your own tradition. For Moses said, honor thy father and thy mother, and whoso curseth father or mother, let him die the death.
Mm-hmm.
But ye say, if a man shall say to his father or mother, it is korban, that is to say, a gift, by whatsoever thou mightest be profited by me, he shall be free.
So, this is kind of confusing, or it sounds confusing. In a nutshell, it's this. Moses said you're supposed to honor your father and your mother, or you'll be cursed. They're saying the Pharisaic way that people were interpreting this is that as long as The son or daughter was supposed to look after the father and mother, right? But whatever inheritance that got transferred from the father and mother, when it went to the son was obligated to use the resources that the older father and mother had worked for, to use it to maintain the father and the mother, the grandfather and the grandmother. But what they're saying that was corrupt by the Pharisees is that if a person gave the portion of land and property that was given to the son or daughter, and they gave it to the Pharisee, and it was called a korban or a gift, that means they no longer had to take care of the responsibility of looking after their father and mother, because the resources that came to them was given to the high priest or the Pharisees as a gift. It was a korban. So what the Pharisees did is they didn't chastise the son or the daughter for not taking care of the father and mother anymore, because you gave the resources that was supposed to be given to the father and mother, and you gave a portion of it to the priest. So now it's okay that you don't take care of your father and mother. I'm not going to look at the fact that you really screwed over your parents, and you gave me really some bribe money. You really gave the Pharisees hush money to not check me and to chastise me for conduct, because I took a portion of the money for me and you kept the rest for yourself, and then you told your father and mother, I know this was your inheritance money, but I gave it to the priest as an offering for the priesthood. That's how quickly it corrupted. But with a good high priest in Onias III, the monies went to where it was supposed to be and was allocated properly. Now, after these events had happened in Mark, how Christ was showing how the korban or the free gifts and the offerings were used in a corrupt way, and that the priests were using it for themselves, guess what ended up happening to the korban money? I think it was Pontius Pilate took it to make aqueducts in Jerusalem out. He just took the money out. He took the money and did a bogus deal with it, and then the Jews were all mad and they were sitting back here and complaining about how Pontius took the money and it was messed up. But the Most High put it in Pontius to take the korban money back then, because they were being corrupt with it anyway.
They weren't using it right.
So the Most High let this white boy come take this money out and create bogus aqueducts when the Jews already had full sources of water in Jerusalem already. But that's how the Most High gets you, because we were being bogus with the free will offerings anyway. But back to, I only brought there to explain what the korban was. And when you're reading in 2 Maccabees 3, this is the first time you start reading about the korban, is that they were gifts and offerings from the people who had extra shekoyim and monies, and they gave it to the poor, and it was supposed to be utilized for the poor. Yeah. And this is what was happening before it got corrupted by the Pharisees down the line. That makes sense? Okay, so let's go back to 2 Maccabees chapter 3 and verse 16, if I'm not mistaken.
2 Maccabees chapter 3 and verse 16. Then whoso had looked the high priest in the face, it would have wounded his heart.
So he's like, this man Onias was really an honorable man. And the fact that they were about to lose their korban or the monies for the poor, it was really breaking him down. It lets you know that his integrity was high, and he only wanted the resources to be allocated to what was fair and to the needs of the people. And the threat that the korban was going to be taken, he actually cared about it. What it shows that he cared about his people. Because if you didn't really give a damn about your people, you wouldn't care if the money was gone. It had nothing to do with you.
Yep.
But he cared about his people and the effect of losing that korban money would do to the regular people who were already struggling. It showed you where Onias' mind was at. Onias cared about the people, the ones who were suffering, the ones who were struggling. And this is why he was always at odds with Simon and these Greeks and these Tobias and these elites who was only focused on who? Them making their money. But this high priest was tied into the needs of the people and the suffering of the people. And this is why he was referred to as a prince of the covenant. Because he cared more about what the people needed versus his personal ambition.
You said that was in Daniel chapter 11, verse
23, if I'm not mistaken. 20. But we're going to get to that after we get through this phase. We'll double back to that. But I want to point it out so it kind of sticks in our mind when we read it, that it's not a shock that as we go into it. But he was that prince of the covenant who was fought to keep the law and to keep the ethics and the spirit behind what the scriptures was about. It was about taking care of the poor, taking care of the sick, and making sure the brothers and sisters who needed it had it. That's all that mattered. That along with following the law. But so you can tell how he was so against and how what his stances were against what the rest of the people was focused on. The rest of the people didn't give two you-know-whats about the poor and the needy and the sick. Okay? Just like Christ. When Christ was here, what was he focusing on? The poor and the needy. And what the publicans and the sinners was all his focus. That was what the focus was supposed to be, and that was Onias' focus. You got something you're looking for?
Yeah. James chapter 5, verse 1 through 5. 1 through 6.
James chapter 5, verse 1.
Yeah, you know that? Yeah,
we ain't gonna need it, man. We already read that.
Yeah, it's already up. Yeah, true.
But keep going. I'm sorry.
James chapter 5 and verse 1. Go to now, ye rich men.
That's why Paul said, go to now, ye rich men, right? I'm sorry, this is James talking. Go ahead.
Weep and howl for your miseries that shall come upon you.
Because he said, weep and howl for the misery that's going to come upon you. Read.
Your riches are corrupted.
He said, the way you got your money is corrupted. It's a lot of people that forfeit righteousness to get some money. They forfeit the poor, they forfeit the needy, forfeit the widows, the fatherless. Read on.
And your garments are moth-eaten.
You got them pretty garments on, but those garments are going to be moth-eaten. Meaning they're not going to look so pretty after the Most High get to you. He's going to cause those garments to disintegrate. Read on.
Your gold and silver is cankered.
He says it's corrupted. It's got oxidation on it. It's got rust on it. He's saying it's not clean. You don't look as clean as you think. You're not as clean as you think you are. Read on.
And the rust of them shall be a witness against you.
He says your money's dirty because you're dirty.
Can I say one thing? This doesn't mean that because you're rich, it's because you've done corruptness. Not every single time. But the only time your riches can be perceived as corrupt for this reason. It could be because you're doing left-hand deals and exploiting people. Or it's this. Just want to bring this one verse up. 1 Timothy 6 and 17. 1 Timothy 6 and 17 is going to tie right back into your point. I just want to make sure, because people online, I'm not saying everybody that works a job is doing wickedness. Just because they're successful financially doesn't mean they're wicked. But if you are successful financially, you could be wicked, or you could not be doing this. Read that.
1 Timothy chapter 6 and verse 17. Charge them.
This is the requirement that the body of Christ should be imposing on the ones who are rich. Read on.
1 Timothy chapter 6 and verse 17. Charge them that are rich in this world.
This is Paul. This is the Gospels. Not the Gospels. Sorry. This is the works of Paul. He says, charge them that are rich in this world. Read on.
That they be not high-minded.
So what does that mean? You can have a great job, have a nice house on the hill, but as long as you're charged and you got to sit back here and help out the poor, what does that bring you back down to? Everybody else's level. You can have high house, high fees, high expenses, so your extra income goes to where? To the poor. And if your extra income goes to the poor, what does that mean? Now your house what? You ever heard of house poor? You ever heard that before? When you got a house, you got your bills and expenses, and you got this enough to get by? Because the rest goes back to the body of Christ? But what does that do to the people? Read on.
Nor trust in
No,
us.
read it from the top again.
Charge them that are rich in this world, that they be not high-minded.
Because when you got to sit back here and give to the body of Christ, and you're back to scratch, and you're back to check world, that brings you back to that high-mindedness and that pride that comes from having all that extra. You get brought right back down to where you're at. Because the pride is, okay, I got a house, I got a car, there's nothing wrong with that. What do you do with your extra money, though? Where's the extra money going? Now that goes to the ego. That goes to because ego is either have a big ass savings account and all this money there. There's an idea of pride and comfort that comes from that, or I have all this expensive income that goes to what I want to do to fuel my ego. He says to sit back here and take that high minus from folks, let them have that house and that car, and then all the extra goes to the body. Now you're back to everybody else. You're just going from check to check. Like everybody else goes check to check. That's how you take the pride away. So if you have coin from a good job and good career, cool. Just make sure you give to the folks you need so you're back on the same playing field as everybody else. That's how the Most High breaks pride in the rich. Read on.
Nor trust in uncertain riches.
Because what ends up happening is the extra money you got is where your trust goes into that. Your trust goes into your bank account. And the extra things, extra toys you have that isn't necessary.
Or this is going to sustain me forever.
Come.
And it is not.
And that's the point. That's what that extra shekoim looks like. Read on.
But in the living power, who giveth us richly all things to enjoy.
Because what he's showing you is if you have too much, you get disconnected from what it takes to please the Heavenly Father. And learning how to value the Most High and how He blesses you day to day. There is a power that you gain in learning how every day the Most High keeps coming through for me. Every day He comes through for me. There's a power there that you won't get if your bank account's at a certain level. You ain't got to think about the Most High, because that's the truth too.
Yep.
When you're very comfortable financially, are you reading about faith? Are you really reading about faith? Because when your money is tight, you gotta read about scriptures about faith.
Yeah, you
gonna study the Bible about cleaving to Him.
When your money's tight, you can recognize a blessing real quick.
Hell yes! This came out. This is the blessing of the Lord. This Christ sent this.
Yeah.
I know Christ sent this because I didn't have nothing.
Yeah.
What He's saying is giving to the level where you can keep recognizing that relation with Heavenly Father. It's not about having a home. Because you can have a home. And listen, it's a big ass bill. Am I right or wrong? A house is a big ass debt that you got to keep putting money into to maintain the value of it. Every year, you better put some new soil on that land, on that dirt. Because the dirt gets all messed up. You got all these weeds in here. You got to keep changing that. You got to keep putting money in there. All I'm saying is, it's nothing wrong to have things. But when you have what you got, and then you got extra, you're like, that extra got to go to the people who need it so they get taken care of, and you are reminded about what faith looks like. Right? Read on that verse.
Verse 18. That they do good, that they be rich in good works.
It says, so also these rich can be rich in good works. So they can learn what the value of dedicating and sacrificing the next person looks like. So they're not detached from the sick. Because when a person is rich and has their life comfortable, you get disconnected from the needs of the body. But if you want to keep growing rich in faith, you got to give up a lot of the extra you got to keep you in that spiritual battle. That's what the Bible says. That is not a war's opinion. Read on.
Ready to distribute, willing to communicate.
Because you willingly put yourself in a position with the rest of the body. So that's how the rich should operate in order to stay connected to the Heavenly Father. But with the verse Shamshawan's going into, a lot of people don't think that way because they're more about accumulating and fueling the pride that comes from being rich. Why am I going here? I'm trying to help educate people who have things. So if you do have things, this is how you're supposed to treat your resources. Versus people that have things and they just use those things to keep accumulating their own personal standings. Keep going back. I'm sorry. I'm going to bring that point out just to make sure we're not just attacking the person that got a good job.
Right.
Because I'm not trying to do that.
Right.
But
We're not saying don't have nothing.
And that's why I'm saying what I'm saying. I want to bring that out. But keep going.
Read that right there. Where are we at? In
James.
James chapter 5, verse...
Well, start from the beginning.
Verse 3 is good.
Which one? From the beginning?
Verse 3.
James chapter 5 and verse 3. Your gold and silver is cankered.
Go ahead.
And the rust of them shall be a witness against you.
Go ahead.
And shall eat your flesh as it were fire.
Because, he's going to say that because you compromise something to get where you are. He's going to explain it later. Read on.
Ye have heaped treasure together for the last days.
He said because you were holding it, instead of using it for what it could have been a benefit for, you were holding it to bail yourself out of trouble, or to establish yourself later on for your comfort and your ease. Read on.
Behold, the hire of the laborers who have reaped down your fields, which of you kept back by fraud.
It said, but look at how you got it. It's nothing wrong with having the riches, but how do you get it? There's nothing wrong with having wealth, but how did you go about getting it? How did anybody get defrauded on your way up the totem pole? Did anybody get stepped on your way up the totem pole? Did anybody get forgotten about on your way up the totem pole?
That's the problem.
That's the problem, because if you've acquired it, if you required this additional economics that you have to your disposal, how did you get it, and who did you step on to get it? How did you go about doing it? Read on.
Which is of you kept back by fraud.
It said, did you fraud anybody? Did you forget about somebody? Did you forsake somebody? Did you not pay attention to the people around you? Read on.
Prayeth, and the cries of them which have reaped are entered into the ears of the Lord.
And if you did step on people to acquire this comfortability,
it's blood money now, right?
Yeah, exactly. He said those cries have reached to who?
Have reached the ears of the Lord of Sabbath.
So he's saying that these cries of the people that you step on your way up the totem pole, he says those people's cries will reach the Most High's ears, who's the Lord of the Sabbath. He's saying that what we're reading on is the Maccabees, how Simon has robbed the temple. Money that was set aside for the widows. Monies that was set aside for the fatherless. Where do you think the people's cries are going?
That makes sense.
They're
crying to the Most High.
Yeah, they're going to be crying to the Most High. But the Most High is going to hear those cries. They reach the Most High's ears for people that get defrauded on your way up to acquisition. Read on.
Ye have lived in pleasure on the earth.
Yeah, you accentuated your life and made your life more pleasurable, more comfortable. But somebody's crying on the back end.
Yep.
Somebody's crying in the dark. Somebody's without. Read on.
And been wanted.
It said, and you've been lacking. Read on.
Ye have nourished your hearts.
And that wanted also means covetous. Read on.
Yep.
Ye have nourished your hearts.
It said you nourish your hearts, meaning your only concern is about who? Self.
And this is why the pursuit of that success, the only way to balance it is to give.
Yep.
Whether you did it initially for criminal purposes or you took advantage of people from the front end, or if you're not, how do you stay connected? You got to keep giving to the poor regardless. That's how everybody stays humble. Whether you don't have money, how do you get spiritual? Give to the brothers around you. If you got things, you got to give resources. That's how you stay connected to the spirit.
That's the Father's way of doing it.
And that's the point. So when people, like Shamshawan saying, when people are getting hurt, it's because the people that got more aren't considering the people that don't have anything. If those elites made a habit of giving back to the poor, they'd be more connected to their condition. But that was already not happening. In Jerusalem, there was a bunch of haves or a handful of haves, and the rest were have-nots. Remember what was happening during the time of Nehemiah? When the rich were sitting back here and taking their children as slaves because they couldn't pay debts, because they were sitting back here working the wall and not farming.
Yep.
And they were exploiting the poor, and Nehemiah had to check them all. I said, listen, bro, I will sit back here and cover some of their debts. Stop sitting back here and charging
Getting rich off it.
charging usury on these people. What are you doing?
Yeah.
There was always this haves that were exploiting the poor, and they never learned their lesson either. So when they're thinking about doing the Greek way, they're sitting back here thinking about the business enterprises they can do in Jerusalem. Because in Jerusalem, you can buy and sell property however you want. So they weren't bound by the laws of purchasing. So they can sit back and wine and dine and buy property like it's damn monopoly. And take advantage of the poor in Jerusalem. I'm sorry, just bringing that up, man. But you're good.
Okay. Read that.
Ye have nourished your hearts as in a day of slaughter.
He's talking about the trade-off.
Mm-hmm.
Read verse 5 again. Verse 5 again.
Verse 5. Ye have lived in pleasure on the earth and been wanted. Ye have nourished your hearts as in a day of slaughter.
He said, but look at the trade-off.
Yep.
You nourish your heart. You care about what only concerns you, but somebody's getting killed on the back end.
Yep.
Somebody's getting forgotten about on the back
Their
end.
life is ruined, guys.
Somebody else is crying on the back end. Read on.
Ye have condemned and killed the just, and he doth not resist you.
And these people have not done anything. And this is exactly what's happening when we're reading about in 2 Maccabees, when this man is robbing the temple of the resources that's going to the fatherless and the widows. You killing these people. And they're crying out to the Most High just to accentuate your treasure trove. And that's what makes this move so demonic and devilish. Now you stealing from people, and you taking from people that have nothing to do with you being enriched and didn't deserve to be robbed. And so we're watching this go down right here in Maccabees chapter 3.
Mm-hmm.
You can go back to that.
Okay. Let's get, I think it's verse 18 now. 17 or 18?
Verse 16. 16?
16.
Yeah, read that.
2 Maccabees chapter 3 and verse 16. Then whoso had looked the high priest in the face, it would have wounded his heart, for his countenance and the changing of his color declared the inward agony of his mind.
So obviously he was getting pale in the face out, and was truly afraid about what was going to happen to the people and the condition of the nation, because his mind wasn't fixated on his personal advancement. He was fixated on how the poor was going to be taken care of. He understood what it took to get the Spirit to defend him. This is a very important point. He understood what it took for the Spirit to defend him in the endeavor he was going through. Because we're going to read how the Most High came through and protected and backed this man, when in other instances men weren't backed, when other Edomites and foreigners came into the temple. Why is it that when Antiochus went into the temple, he was able to go in and completely ransack it? But when this guy Heliodorus goes into the temple, all hell breaks loose. It was all based upon the intention of the leadership that was at the top. When the leadership's intention was about the people and about pleasing the Heavenly Father and doing right by the people, the Most High defends them. When everybody's intention is about themselves and their greed and their passions, he allows whatever negative to happen to the temple.
To overtake.
That's the thing. So
people are literally defending their temple based off their piety. Your piety is the defense of your household.
Yep.
Your piety is the defense of your school.
The intention behind what you're doing. What was your intention behind your endeavors? And what's the intention behind your prayers?
Wow.
What's the intention behind you reaching out to the Most High in an endeavor? Are you reaching out to the Most High so you can get rich and be comfortable? Or are you praying to the Most High so that the work of your hands in Christ is backed?
Is that the secret parts? Scripture says he judges the secret parts.
Yeah, or he tries the reins. He tries why you do what you do. He tries why you do what you do in Christ. Some people do what they do in Christ to stunt. Yep. That's the truth. Men make decisions, and women make decisions so they can sit back here and better their position to fuel their carnal and to fuel their ego, versus making decisions to fuel the body and to benefit the body of Christ.
Makes sense.
So he's sitting back here and is pale in the face, stressing out about what can be done when literal military men come in and seize the property of the temple. Because that's what's about to happen. Read on.
For the man was so compassed.
What verse are we at?
Verse 17. Sorry.
Okay.
For the man was so compassed with fear and horror of the body.
So what was he afraid of? What's going to happen to the people? Read on.
That it was manifest to them that looked upon him what sorrow he had now in his heart.
Mm-hmm.
Others ran flocking out of their houses to the general supplication, because the place was like to come into contempt.
The pressure and the sadness and the dejection was strong, and everybody consented. Okay, read on.
And the woman, girt with sackcloth under their breasts, abounded in the streets. And the virgins that were kept in ran, some to the gates and some to the walls, and others looked out of the windows.
Because they knew this move affects everybody. Do you think it was just about they were just worried about the spiritual ramifications of the situation? Do you think they were that caught up into the spirit that they understood that? Or they understand that this move could affect everybody's survival? This is about survival. The women, the children, everybody was stressed because you don't think everybody was eating a little bit off this?
You're right.
That korban was being used for people. It was being used to sustain people.
That was a welfare for the people.
That was welfare for the people. Now, but do you think about this. If I'm distributing the korban, am I giving you large chunks? You got to give Jake day to day.
Yep.
Yeah.
You know you got to give Jake. You can't give Jake everything off
It's going to get blown out.
It's going to be, I tell you, right?
Yep.
It's going to be blown. So you got to give Israel day to day as they need to keep the poor sustained.
So they said ephod is a day's rations.
Think about the poor. You think the poor is going to stop being poor after one deposit of some shekoim in your pocket? This is a daily ration. What was you going to say about the ephod?
No, that was it.
It was about you're getting daily portions of shekoim that turns into flour or cornmeal or whatever you need to eat. That's literally how serious it was and why Israel was so stressed out. Because the poor was always going to live off the daily what? Handout. The widows are going to be widows until they're gone. So that means I'm constantly going to the temple for resources. Does that make sense?
Okay.
So this is a source it's like welfare. There is an allotment of money that the government gives out monthly. And that's what it is, food stamps. It's a monthly thing. So this is an allotment that is being dispersed daily, weekly, or whatever that is, whatever you want to call that. And this disbursement is being eliminated. You don't think that affects everybody? Imagine if Trump said, man, no more welfare starting June 1. No more food stamps starting June 1. People will be running around the streets too, huh? running out of the houses, huh? Looking at the windows. Crying and complaining. Am I right or wrong? No more school lunch with the kids. No more food stamps. No more assisted living. Like that.
It's a major.
Everybody will be shook. So this is what's happening when Heliodor is going into the temple, taking the korban. And I would imagine now it's like, how the hell are we going to sit back here and take care of these people's needs? How many crying fatherless children are going to be? I got to sit back here and face and turn down and say we don't have anything for you. There's no food for you. He's not thinking about position and power. He's thinking about how you got to answer to these people who don't have nothing. That's the stakes that's in front of him.
Yeah.
Read on. But once again, we wouldn't have to be in this situation if the elite took care of their own. But the elite didn't take care of their own. It was a handful of people that dropped a nice sum of shekoim to help out the poor. And that was it. So read on.
Verse 20. And all, holding their hands towards heaven, made supplication.
Because everybody realized how this is hitting home for everybody. So now everybody's praying. The poor, the regular folk, are praying and asking for supplication from the Heavenly Father to get them out of this situation and to find some kind of way to protect them and get them out of this sadness and this eventual cataclysmic financial disturbance. Continue.
Then it would have pitied a man to see the falling down of the multitude of all sorts, and the fear of the high priest being in such an agony.
Read that part again. What verse we at? 21? No, what verse we at?
I can start at verse 21.
Yeah, give me verse 21.
Verse 21. Then it would have pitied a man to see the falling down of the multitude of all sorts.
It would have pitied the men, pitied to see the people who didn't have any resources crying and praying. You don't think you would have felt that? Watching everybody else who had nothing, and this is all they had, and they're crying and they're praying and they're on their knees begging the Most High to sit back here and leave that coin there for them, and that they needed this and they had nowhere else to sustain themselves. You know how down and how sad the vibration of the city would be?
It'd be the worst thing ever.
This is all they got to eat. And then once again, it showed you the kind of man Onias had, because he was going to still eat. He was going to be okay. He was the high priest.
I'll be okay.
He was going to be okay. But he didn't have that mindset.
Nope.
He felt what the common man was going to feel.
It wasn't about him. And
that's what made him the prince of the covenant. Because he really understood what this was about. It was about what the people needed. And he was moved and connected to the sick. And that was all that mattered to him, was how was the sick going to be sustained. It's a lesson for us to learn. Read on.
And the fear of the high priest being in such an agony.
Mm-hmm. Because he didn't have any answers for this. Read on.
They then called upon the Almighty Lord to keep the things committed of trust safe and sure for those that had committed them.
So they're praying that the things that were committed to the poor would remain there for the poor. Because the Most High allowed this to happen. Please allow the people to be sustained through this difficult time. Read on.
Nevertheless, Heliodorus executed that which was decreed.
Nevertheless, Heliodorus goes with his men to go into this location and extract what needs to be extracted. Matter of fact, let's do this. Let's read real quick Nehemiah 9, verse 24 through 27. Nehemiah 9, verse 24 through 27.
Nehemiah chapter 9 and verse 24.
This is just in Nehemiah, the prayer, just dealing with the history of Israel and the patterns that we all have from the beginning to present day. Read on.
Nehemiah chapter 9 and verse 24. So the children went in and possessed the land, and thou subduest before them the inhabitants of the land, the Canaanites, and gavest them into their hands with their kings, and the people of the land, that they might do with them as they would. And they took strong cities and a fat land, and possessed houses full of all goods, wells digged, vineyards and olive yards, and fruit trees in abundance. So they did eat and were filled, and became fat, and delighted themselves in thy great goodness.
So what it's saying is, once we took over Canaan, we got fat, we got comfortable, and we got effeminate. Okay, like we always do. When we get good, we're living good, everybody's smiling. Don't forget, before these taxes started ramping up during the time of Seleucus IV, the Jews were in a prosperous position. We were dealing with the Ptolemies. Everything was good. When we were rolling with Ptolemy Philopator and we maintained our discipline and our order and our laws, and we favored those laws, we were successful, were we not? We read all the time when Alexander came down, when we held our honor, we were promoted to high positions. We were financially stable. Taxes weren't crazy, right? We were good. We've been reading about this the whole time. We've been in order. When we were in order and we didn't have the desire to be like Greeks, when that wasn't a heavy situation in our lives, we were thriving. We started diminishing when the leadership was diminishing. Remember when Onias II was in and he was that man of small soul? Mm-hmm. At the same time, Samaria was getting rich and we were getting broke. We were losing our money and influence since Onias II. So our conditions started going downhill as the leadership got weak. As the leadership got weak, our financial conditions got scarce. So now we're here with Onias III, and all the poor got, with all these raised taxes and all this pressure going on, is a little bit of Korban money to get everybody by. That is how bad we've been diminished. But at the same time, as the poor have been suffering, the elites have been getting richer and trying to push the entire nation closer to Hellenism. So it's very paralleled how we got rich and got comfortable in the time of Canaan, how we got powerful and comfortable at this present time, and things started falling apart once we got comfortable. It's the same parallel. So let's keep going.
Verse 26. Nevertheless, they were disobedient and rebelled against
Just like in Canaan, once we got rich and powerful, we rebelled and started trying to live like the Canaanites. Just like in present time, we got comfortable and got respected because we were honorable with the law. Then we got to a certain level and started trying to be like the Greeks. Just like we were trying to be like the Canaanites. And we rebelled in both arenas. And as we rebelled, our conditions diminished as we rebelled and tried to be like the nations. It's very similar. Read on.
and cast thy law behind their backs.
We were casting the law behind our backs in Canaan's time. And what's happening now during the Greek time? We want to be like the Greeks. And everybody's fighting and jockeying for a position to live like the Greeks. But we're wondering why we're broke. We're wondering why our back's against the wall and the poor's little source of finance is about to get eradicated. For the same reason. We were still breaking the laws, and we were still sitting back here and having a less of a desire to serve the Most High. We were falling back then slowly with Canaan. We're falling slowly now in our own land, trying to be like the Greeks. Because the nation is flirting with the idea of completely converting to Hellenism. And the connection between our flirtation with Hellenism and poverty were going hand in hand. Read on.
And slew thy prophets which testified against them to turn them to thee.
Weren't they sitting back here and trying to ouster Onias III, the one righteous priest we had left? They were trying to get him out of there. And the people were going to follow suit also. The people were going to follow whoever was on top. So the people were fickle. Read on.
And they wrought great provocations. Therefore,
he says, and they wrought great provocations. What we just read about the provocations amongst the Tobias and everybody following him with Simon II. There were provocations and wars and fighting for a position because the people didn't want to serve the Most High anymore. And the idea of serving the Most High was getting old. It was getting old when we were in Canaan, and it's getting old now that the Greeks are on our heels. And simultaneously, as we're trying to follow the Canaanite way and the Greek way, we're experiencing poverty. Remember when we were reading about when the Jews got effeminate, when they were sitting back here and they didn't want to fight no more, or they just want to sit back and make their money? What was that? Then all of a sudden, we started breaking the law, marrying Canaanite women and mixing cultures. And you look up, they were getting our lands robbed, our furniture and gold taken. They were getting brought to nothing again. This is what's happening to us in Jerusalem. We're being brought to nothing through taxation and the crops dwindling. Because and in the midst of all of our suffering, our hearts departed from the Most High. So that's the first thing you got to look at yourself as in your personal life when you're diminishing. When you're diminishing, is your heart distancing itself from the Most High? Or are you making these sacrifices for the Most High? Which one is it? Why is your condition messed up? Are you disconnecting yourself from our spiritual power source? He's letting us know from Canaan to now why we're in such dire straits and we're so stressing out about this Korban money. Why would we be tripping on this Korban money so much? Like, this is all you got left. The Most High has been systematically taking away everybody else's income and survival status. He's taking it away because we've been wicked.
The judgment.
Now we're sitting back here and saying, Lord, Lord, don't take this away too. But we're not thinking about why he's taking it away. We want to go Greek. We want to wear togas and party like everybody. Like it's $199 versus $19.99.
Yeah.
We want to party like it's $189, or like it's zero. We want to party like it's zero, like it's the end of time, like it's zero AD. You get my point. We're trying to adjust to the Greek way while simultaneously everybody's broke.
You know, when you're broke, that Greek way looks very promising.
But you're not realizing it does. But I realize that you're broke because you want to be Greek.
Exactly.
And you're entertaining the idea of being Greek.
Exactly.
And going that way, so your money is dwindling.
The Most High is balancing our poverty based upon how much we want to be plugged into Him.
That's the point. So we're sitting there saying our money's messed up because we're not doing what everybody else. Samaria is thriving because they're rolling Greek. Maybe we got to do it that way. Versus realizing maintaining your integrity was why we were able to sustain ourselves.
Yeah, that's true.
If we maintained our integrity with that boring Amish way, we would have enough to sustain ourselves. We can't play by the rules of the rest of the nations. We think that the Samaritans can get away with it, but we're not Samaritans. We're not Philistines. We're not Zidonians. We're not Syrians. We're not Ammonites. So I understand the Tobias. They're nations. Faking like they're Israelites. Of course they're going to want to be Greek. We can't play those rules. I tell people in council all the time, you can't play by the rules these other cats play by. You weren't chosen to play by those rules.
Or you want Israelite house councils, but you live a Jake life.
You can't play that game. It doesn't work that way. And the quicker we accept that we were meant and chosen to live that Puritan type style, we were supposed to live that hard work, dedication, sacrifice, no real glory, no real ego being fed. We were supposed to be servants. And that gets under Israel's skin. We don't like the fact that we got to serve for our whole life and just have enough to sustain ourselves. We hate that idea. We go with kings and kings and king of the kings and princes of kings and uncles of kings. We're talking this craziness, right? My cousin's a king. I'm a king. Like, damn. We don't understand that we're servants of the Lord. And this is not our kingdom. It's not our rest. He said that in Micah. This ain't our rest. What does that mean? To make it about us.
Can I pull one scripture?
Yeah, man.
And the definition of the word Puritan, puritanical. Practicing or affecting strict religious or moral behavior. Similar to the word moralistic or pietistic. Straight-laced. Tight-laced. It's a strict life, bro.
But that strict life was for Jews. Because if we sat back here and got too far to the left, we're getting stung. The same parallel that the Israelites were facing with Hellenism was the same parallel that when we got into Canaan. The desire to do what the Canaanites did and what the Zidonians did, we gave into that. It's the same thing. There was an allure that everybody else was doing something that was funner or better than what we had. The idea was that somebody else is enjoying their life.
I'm not.
And my life is too damn hard and it sucks.
That makes people angry.
This is what's happening. The idea that the Greeks are smiling and having toga parties and hey, Hey, drinking ale and wines and alcohol and playing
It's
music.
good to be a nation.
And we're sitting back here suffering on the Sabbath act. And just reading scriptures all damn day long. There's something in our mind that tells ourselves, you got to go live a little bit. And it was the same thing happening in Canaan.
I miss
you had everything. We had everything we needed in Canaan. And I want to be like the people that we just kicked their ass. We just kicked their ass, but I want to live like them. Like, what are you doing? We just whipped up on you, and I want to marry your people and do what you do. This is our thinking. And it's funny, but it is funny. But we do it every day. We want to be like our captor. Because, you know, the truth is, I only want to say that they do have more freedom than us. They do. I mean, let's keep it real. Let's keep it 100. A buck. Listen, they do have more freedoms. They do have more luxuries. They can live their own life. Because they're not his children. Think about your children. And you have your kid around a bunch of badass kids. Don't they have freedom that your kid wants?
Yep.
Like, you can't do what they do. You ain't gonna run around the store and just go to the toy section and just grab what you want. You gonna sit right here on my hip, and we'll go there in 15 minutes, 20 minutes. And the kids gonna be like, I want to go play with them. They're running. I don't give a damn if they're running.
Yep.
They're not my kid. The Most High is saying the same thing to us. You want those freedoms. You weren't created to have those freedoms. Why can't you accept you were created to operate different?
Well, you had the 60s, you know, where the hippies came into play. You had all these white folks getting loose, detached from the Bible Belt. That how America was first initiated. They got loose. They wanted to break away from religion, and just wanted to have sex at Woodstock.
Yep.
And listen to
free love, man.
Free love and party and
cool, man.
And listen to electric guitars and be on some type of
and play with your toes, man. Play the guitar with your toes.
Yeah. Grateful Dead is popular. Jimi Hendrix popular, and then all of a sudden you had black hippies now.
Yep.
Then you had Hispanic hippies.
Yep.
Then you had Burning Man festivals.
I don't know what Burning Man.
Burning
what
Man
the hell's Burning Man?
Burning Man is a huge, crazy festival out in the desert of nowhere, and they go out there and party. They bring campers, and anything goes at Burning Man. And they have a big old bonfire. Burning Man is a big bonfire of a man it's a straw man that they put out in the desert that's like three stories tall. Then they set him on fire, and then they rave around the Burning Man. And then or
you have nothing to do that weekend. This is go ahead and just go to see Burning Man.
Burning Man is a huge, crazy.
Then after that, we'll go to South by Southwest, man.
Yeah,
we go on to Austin and party in Austin, man. Do the same thing.
Or you do a phone party. You just half naked and a neck full of foam.
Yeah.
And just anything goes. Happens, and you got them damn you got all that going on, man. So it's showing you how our people will cater and indoctrinate themselves with the surrounding community.
Yeah.
And how does the Most High feel about it? Go to Job chapter 34. Go to Job chapter 34, verse 23.
To what?
We'll go down. We'll just read down to 28.
Okay.
Job chapter 34 and verse 23.
Read that.
Job chapter 34 and verse 23. For he will not lay upon man more than right,
Go ahead.
that he should enter into judgment with the Most High.
The Most High is not unfair. He says the Most High will crack the whip on us when it's necessary. He's not unfair to us. Read on.
He shall break in pieces mighty men without number,
Go ahead.
and set others in their stead.
This is Job 34, right?
Mm-hmm. 34.
34.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, 22.
23.
Okay, cool.
He said he shall break in pieces mighty men. Why would the Most High crack down and whip and break down mighty men? Read on.
It says, and set others in their stead.
So the Most High said, I have no problem whooping you up and replacing you. I got no problem whooping you up and putting somebody else in your place. And why would the Most High whoop us up and then put somebody else in our place? Read on.
Therefore he knoweth their works,
He said he's watching our works. Read.
and he overturneth them in the night.
And when we're not expecting it, things get thrown out of order, chaotic. Read on.
So that they are destroyed.
Go ahead.
He striketh them as wicked men in the open sight of others.
Go ahead.
Because they turned back from him.
Because they do what?
They turned back from him.
So every time we start opening the door to these other cultures and outside influences, the Most High said, I have no problem turning you over and replacing you. He says, because every time we detach ourselves spiritually from the Most High got another nation ready to replace us in our stead.
Yep.
He's ready to swap us out with somebody else.
You know what's messed up? Before the catastrophe of the abomination of desolation happened, this was systematic. This just didn't happen overnight. He's giving us warnings before he just completely blazed the hammer on us. He was letting us know when Samaria was coming up and was stealing people and putting them in slavery, there was a problem. He was letting us know then, like, hey, there's a problem. People are getting stolen and put in slavery. There's a red flag. You got to start working on what's inside of you. It was neglected. And then things progressively get worse. Everybody's poor. Everybody's finances is messed up. Red flag. Nobody's looking at it. Nobody's coming together to get right. Now the Korban is about to be taken. Red flag. Is anybody seeing that the steady diminishing of our position before utter catastrophe comes?
That's why Christ said, when you see the Jerusalem compassed about with armies, know that the desolation is nigh.
It's almost over. But it was a progressive breakdown even with that. Before Jerusalem was compassed with armies, there were riots in the city. And Romans was, listen, that story I told you about when Pontius Pilate took the Korban money and the people were protesting Pontius Pilate. And what was happening is the Romans were dressed like plainclothes people next to the rioters. Yeah. And when the rioting kicked in, they started pop, 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 killing them,
plainclothes cops.
Yeah. They were plainclothes cops and was killing the protesters on sight.
Antifa.
It was happening. But that right there is a sign that there's problems happening.
Well,
before the Roman army surrounded them with General Titus and his father Vespasian, there was catastrophes leading up to this bad situation.
And the Most High
speaketh once, say twice.
And man perceiveth not. Verse 27.
Verse 27. Because they turned back from him and would not consider any of his ways.
In particular, read on.
So that they caused the cry of the poor.
In particular, when we disconnect from our power, who do we neglect?
The poor in particular.
The poor get forgotten about. Every time we invite these other cultures into our lives and our spirits and start adopting their paganistic rituals and ways and mannerisms, our people, the poor, get neglected. He says, so the Most High hear them cries. He says, so that they cause the cry to do what?
So that they cause the cry of the poor to come unto him.
Go ahead.
And he heareth the cry of the afflicted.
And so when the Most High hear the cries of the afflicted, he got to swap you out. And he's going to swap us out with a nation that's really worse than that we never anticipated.
Yep.
Really an ungodly nation is usually what he swap us out with.
Or you got to put us to the brink of complete annihilation to get Israel to be nationalistic again.
Yep.
Because after this happened, after all this chaos with Antiochus happened, then the Jew got nationalistic again. Then God was serious. Then people were serious about the Lord again. And then what ended up happening is they started petitioning the Romans. The Romans backed us, and the Greeks let us alone and let us keep our belief system.
So it took a George Floyd?
Yes.
So
then all of a sudden,
the people.
We give a crap about being black again and keeping our nationality and heritage. We got to get pushing. Everything got to be destroyed, and we got to start from zero to take serving the Most High seriously.
That makes a lot of sense, though.
But this is how he works it. We're going to see this. It's going to get to the complete worst amongst our nation. Then utter catastrophe has to happen. Then we got to say, oh, this is not the life we want to live. I don't want to be a Greek. Let's sit back here and come together and fight. And then we fight. The Most High comes back for us, and everything's okay. It's always this cycle. And that was why we were going to Nehemiah. Did you have more there?
That's it.
Let's go back to Nehemiah and finish out It was 9 in verse 27, if I'm not mistaken. So with all these great provocations that come from us wanting to be like the Canaanites or the Greeks, all this fighting and inner struggle happens. Then verse 27.
Nehemiah chapter 9, verse 27. Therefore thou deliverest them into the hand of their enemies.
So then what ends up happening is the Canaanites start beating us and kicking us out of our land like the Danites got kicked out of the land. They got kicked all into the northern part. It was whipping tails. To where even Judah, our most valiant tribe, was like, dude, what's his name? Samson, why are you starting trouble for us? These Canaanites is whipping our ass. Don't go. Why are you pissing them off? Why are you pissing the Philistines off? We was having, come on now, we was having peace with them Philistines. Now you want to get up in here and cause a ruckus. The point is this. It was so bad, we were scared to even fight the Philistines. And even now, with all he delivers us in the hands of the enemies, now Heliodorus is about to go into the temple and embarrass us because a nation can't go in there. That's one. A nation ain't supposed to go in our temple. Nope. And then take the nation's only Social Security bank account and take it from the people. That is embarrassing and humiliating. Read on.
Therefore thou deliverest them into the hand of their enemies who vex them.
That is vexation. Vexation is losing all your money that was supposed to go to the poor. Read on.
And in the time of their trouble, when they cried unto thee, thou heardest them from the heaven.
And this is where we're at now in 2 Maccabees 3. In the time of our trouble, we're going to the Most High and we're praying to the Most High for help and for supplication. Onias' face is pale. He's sad. Everybody feels the pressure. Now the prayers are kicking up. Read on.
And according to thy manifold mercies, thou gavest them saviors, who saved them out of the hand of their enemies.
So temporarily, the Most High is going to give Israel a savior right now. Because everybody came together and prayed, afraid of what's about to happen with Heliodorus coming into this temple. Now the Most High is going to provide a savior for the nation out of this difficult condition. Let that go. That's all I want to bring about is the savior part. With that being the case with the savior, the Most High is providing a savior after the prayer and the humility and the acknowledgement that they need him. Because that's what the Most High is looking for. Can you sit back here and get out of your head and be out of your selfish goals and desire and come to me and ask me humbly for help? And then with that, hopefully after you see me come through, maybe you'll come back and serve me with gladness and joyfulness of heart. It's always been the same thing. So now the supplications and prayers in Maccabees is going on. Let's get verse 22 again. Verse 22.
Maccabees, that was chapter 4.
Chapter 3 and 22.
2 Maccabees chapter 3 and verse 22. They then called upon the Almighty Lord to keep the things committed of the trust safe and sure for those that had committed them.
Just like in verse 27 in Nehemiah, they cried unto thee, thou heardest them from heaven, and according to thy manifold mercies, thou gavest them saviors, who saved them out of the hand of their enemies. Now let's continue.
Nevertheless, Heliodorus executed that which was decreed.
So Most High is very dramatic. He allows Heliodorus to even step up into the temple, going through the act that he's about to take this gold. So he gets to that crescendo point, then we're going to see what happens. Read on.
Now as he was there present himself with his guards about the treasury.
So he's bringing his guards into the treasury area where the temple is, where the gold is hidden. Read on.
The Lord of spirits and the Prince of all power.
This is the Savior part coming in. Now the Most High provides the Savior for the people again after the prayers and supplication of the poor. Read on.
Caused a great apparition so that all that presumed to come in with him were astonished at the power of the Most High and fainted.
Bro, so the military escorts that came with Heliodorus saw these angelic apparitions, and they were so scary, they fainted. Can you imagine how scary and vicious these angels were to where these tough military killers just buckled in the knees and said, forget this. I'm going to pass out. Listen, these military guys see death for a living. They see blood and guts and intestines and decapitations. This is a regular thing. Am I right or wrong? Mm-hmm. So they're not squeamish. These guys aren't squeamish. So what did they see? So they're like, F this.
Yeah.
What the? And they're out of here, these killers. What did they see to get shook like this?
They had to see something strong.
Listen, it lets you know how potent these angelic forces really are and the presence that comes with them. They're not just these like these guys are on in the Greek are like this little tummies, little little fat bellies, like
you Cupid.
But everybody's got this ponce on there that just nobody works out in heaven. What's going on here? Nobody just sit ups in heaven. Angels don't do nothing.
No, they ain't got no time.
Come on, they're just eating grapes and drinking alcohol where they go. It's not the case. What's that?
That's dread.
Huh?
That's dread.
Oh yeah, hell yeah, it's dread. But the level of spirit that they saw to get them that shook, it was dread. But these guys aren't. These guys aren't. They've seen death. They've seen horrible things. And whatever they saw was greater than what they've experienced on a significant level.
Right.
Yeah.
So, let's continue.
Got some killer shook.
Man, I know. Weak in the knees for real. So let's go.
And fainted and were sore afraid. For there appeared unto them a horse with a terrible rider.
Listen, this horse was legit. And the rider was even more scary than the horse. An angelic horse? But how was this rider looking at? What the hell is going on? And they just came out of nowhere like it was like in what's those movies Predator. Remember those Predators came out of the fourth dimension out of the pew and it's rolling like, damn, these dudes are for real.
Those are bad dudes.
Hey, listen, remember especially in part 2 when they came out and they came out of the fourth out of this plane hack and they're giving dudes old 1850 shotguns, something like that. You're like, dude, he should have fainted seeing them dudes come out of the fourth dimension. He said, whatever Heliodorus and his men saw, they saw even worse than that. A terrible rider.
Yep. And by definition, apparition is a visible spirit. It's a spirit you can see.
It's tangible.
Yes.
This is a tangible thing.
It's not even like not even like, okay, I thought I saw something.
Nah. They saw this horse grunting and making noise and spit coming out. And you see the rider is ready to whip on you. This guy had bad intentions. And you're sitting back here. And the funny thing is, Heliodorus, all his men passed out. He's the only guy left like, oh my God.
Yeah.
This guy's coming at me. Bro. Let's keep going.
And said, and adorned with a very fair covering.
So listen, he had gold on, he looked royal and majestic, and he was terrible at the same time. Right on.
And he ran
scary looking but dope.
Dope dressed guy. He was dressed like $1 million, and he was a killer too. But listen, you're in the temple. There's nowhere to go. You stuck. Listen, whatever he was doing, the first thought he couldn't get out. He couldn't get out. He was stuck. He was there.
Got a nice chain on. That angel got a nice chain on there. He was going to kill me though.
Bro, kinda. Read on.
And he ran fiercely and smote at Heliodorus with his 4 feet.
Listen, that means the horse. The horse ran at Heliodorus and kicked him in the face with his 4 feet. You're out of there.
That's those animals when animals attack videos and the deer going like.
Yes, but the horse rose up, ran at him, rose up, pop.
Oh man.
Bro, you're done. You're done on that. When that happens alone, you're in a bad spot.
With the regular horse.
Brother. Yeah, with a regular horse. Not a horse in drifting gold. Golly, bro. So read on. And smote at Heliodorus
with his forefeet, and it seemed that he that sat upon the horse had complete harness of gold.
The harness of gold, what you ride on the horse was all gold. So the horse was on gold. Hit him in the damn mouth with his front hooves. And then that's when the beating starts. Read on.
Moreover, 2 other young men appeared before them.
Then some 2 other angels came out of the 4th dimension, right? There was one guy on a horse that was all gold, and then these other guys come out with him. And then it gets worse for this guy, Heliodorus. While all these other men are like this. You ever see those lines, those outlines of your body like this, and your legs going this way? They're like this, knocked out. And Heliodorus is concussed. You know, this guy's head is spinning like crazy. Let's keep going.
Notable in strength.
So these young men were notable in strength. So listen, these were one-hit quitters. To be notable in strength, they don't take many swings to knock down their opponent. But keep going.
Excellent in beauty and comely in apparel, who stood by him.
These angels dressed sharp. They dressed sharp, and there was no joke.
They're a problem, though.
And they were terrible. They were terrible to look at.
They got creases there.
But listen, what does it mean to be terrible? They were creased up, they had gold, and they were terrible to look at. It was shiny. It was shine. It was creased, braids.
I want to have a word with you.
Nah, bro. Listen, those 2 men didn't say nothing. Not even the first one. They just went at him. There was no talking. It's time to whip your ass. I'm gonna whip your ass, and then we're gonna see what happens next. Because the order was dropped, and the execution is being dropped now. Read on that.
Who stood by him on either side and scourged him continually.
Listen, how long is continually scourging? It'd be like pop, 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 pop. They're beating on this man continually. This is not 1 or 2. This is they're constantly laying on this guy. They're curb stomping him. I can't say that for sure. You get my point. They're kicking him. They're punching him. They're beating on these 2 men, and the other man is on the horse watching it happen.
Now that's why I see it. The difference of scourge means to whip.
Okay.
These guys were whipping.
Whipping, punching, whatever you want to call it. Listen, when you're in a scrum and you're beating some dude down, whether it's a whip or hands, I think it's both.
Yeah.
How about that? They're whipping them and they're punching on them and they're jacking up ribs.
Yeah.
Bodies getting flayed. Bodies getting bruised. But let's keep going.
And gave him many sore stripes.
Okay. The stripes is still talking about the whip then. But let's continue.
And Heliodorus.
So let's just say for the record, they whipped him. They whipped him tremendously. They whipped him up. Okay, read on.
And Heliodorus fell suddenly onto the ground and was compassed with great darkness.
That's called a concussion. When you're compassed with great darkness, that means you're fading out. Like if you're blacking out, that means you're concussed. You're out of there. You just got knocked out. There you go. This is what happened to this Edomite guy. But I was just following orders. But let's keep going.
But they that were with him took him up and put him into a litter.
That means a carriage. So whoever they woke up and he's on the ground getting beat up and scourged, he's knocked out. They put him into a litter or a carriage to get him out of there. Because obviously you can only take this dead weight on your own so far. They had to put him in a carriage so the carriage with the horse can get him out of harm's way. Read on.
Thus him that lately came with a great train and with all his guards into the said treasury they carried out, being unable to help himself with his weapons.
So read verse 28 again.
Verse 28. Thus him that lately came with a great train and with all his guard into the said treasury they carried out, being unable to help himself with his weapons.
Gun.
And manifestly they acknowledged the power of the Most High.
Everybody that was there said, man, the Most High is real. This is a problem. There were literal angels guarding this damn building in this temple. guarding this money. This don't make no sense. And even the nations are recognized. Everybody that was present saw the power of the Most High. But these Greeks and these Greek soldiers witnessed the power of the Most High, and it was devastating. They felt it. Read on.
For he, by the hand of the Most High, was cast down, and lay speechless without all hope of life.
Listen, it is by the hand of the Most High, this guy Heliodorus was cast down and lay speechless without all hope of life. Was he in a catatonic state? Maybe. It's not like he was in a catatonic state. He was knocked out, but he's knocked out for a period of time.
Put in a coma.
He could be in a coma. It was that bad. He was bruised that bad.
That scares all his boys out there.
I am not going back to that spot. I don't give a damn. Kill me. I am not going back in that building. I am not getting that money. That's not happening. We're just going to take a financial loss today. There will be a financial loss taken today. I'm not going in there. But let's keep going.
But they praised the Lord that had miraculously honored his own place.
This is the poor. This is Onias the third. These are the ones who said, man, I'm praising the Most High for what he came through. He sat back here. The Most High really protected the poor on that day. He protected the poor and the needy. Because he knew the condition they were in was grave, and they would be in a messed up condition without this money. And he protected the poor because they were humble enough to acknowledge the Father, and he came through with those saviors, these angels, to back up Israel. Okay? Read on.
For the temple, which a little afore was full of fear and trouble, when the Almighty Lord appeared, was filled with joy and gladness.
Because they knew the Most High is here now. He came through for us. Read on.
Then straightway certain of Heliodorus' friends prayed Onias that he would call upon the Most High to grant him his life, who lay ready to give up the ghost.
He's like, Bob, his pulse is low. I don't think this guy's going to make it. So his men came to Onias the third and said, man, can you pray for him so he doesn't die? Can you pray for him and make sure he survives this? So let's keep this doesn't look good. But now these Edomites trying to be about God. Listen, can you pray to your Lord and make sure my guy survives, please? Because obviously you have a connection with your God, and if you pray for him, he has a shot. But without you, he ain't gonna make it. Think about this. This guy's bloody and bruised, and he's not barely breathing, and he's comatose. He's out of there, bro. He's out of there. So let's keep going.
So the high priest, suspecting lest the king should misconceive that some treachery had been done to Heliodorus by the Jews.
So he's like, man, if this white man dies in Jerusalem, there's going to be all-out war. So I'm going to pray. I'm going to pray for Heliodorus, not because I like this guy. I'm going to pray to Heliodorus because if I don't, there's a good chance that Seleucid the Fourth is going to sit back here and have me answer for why his guy is dead. He's going to think we set something up to kill him. So I got to pray to the Most High to save this Heliodorus so our people don't get any more military heat back in the city. Read on.
Offered a sacrifice for the health of the man.
So he sat back here and offered a lamb to sit back here and protect Heliodorus from dying. Read on.
Now, as the high priest was making an atonement, the same young men in the same clothing.
There's those same angels with those scourges. As Onias the third is sending this offering to the Heavenly Father for Heliodorus, these angels sit back here. Listen, you can tell all these guys know what's killing them. All these angels know what's killing. Why do I know this? Hold this and go to Ecclesiasticus chapter 39 and verse 28. Real quick. We're going to get back to the story. Just want to make sure we understand this. Why these guys are so vicious. Why they're so vicious. Why they're so... they're just one-sided, man. They're just one-sided. Let me get here. Ecclesiasticus 39. There's no talking. There was no communication. I'm going to tell you what I'm about to know. I'm just going in here and I'm gonna put a beating on you and I'm gonna leave. Yeah. 39 and 28.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 39 and verse 28. There be spirits that are created for vengeance.
Listen, this spirit that the Most High called a savior was created for one thing. It was for punishment and killing. There were certain angels just created for payback. And these angels were created for payback. Read on.
Which in their fury lay on sore strokes.
And these angels' fury was laying on sore strokes, sore scourges, sore stripes. Their intention was to maim and damage. Okay, read on.
In the time of destruction, they pour out their force.
And it was time to destroy Heliodorus and his men. His men were lucky that they passed out. Because if they were standing, they would have got smashed too. Their orders were to sit back here, maim and destroy anybody that comes to this temple that's not a Levite priest. That was the order. Destroy them. And these spirits were created just to destroy. Read on.
And appease the wrath of him that made them.
So the Most High was pissed and offended that this guy was going to come here and do this job. So he said, I'm going to send dudes that are going to express how angry they are, because all they know is anger. All they know is punishment. All these angels knew was to punish and put it on you. And this is how the Most High created all these angels in the heavenly court. Yep. There was some created to lie, some created to destroy, war, fighting, peace, counsel. Every angel had a strength and a responsibility and a job. Yep. And this angel was to sit back here and to destroy and wreak havoc on the person that he was told to wreak the havoc on.
And then you got supreme archangels like Michael, like Gabriel, like Raphael.
Yeah.
Uriel. Yeah, those are supreme archangels. Then you got the other host of angels. Like we read in Revelation, that the host of angels is innumerable.
Yeah. And they all have different jobs and responsibilities. And based on how the Most High feels, he'll send a spirit to reflect how he feels about the situation. So this angel that was a vengeful spirit, that was how the Most High felt. Which means the Most High has good feelings and bad feelings. They're all under his control. This also lets you know why Satan serves the Most High. He has a job to do for the Most High. So let's continue. 29.
Verse 29. Fire and hail and famine and death, all these were created for vengeance.
That the Most High controls and uses at his will. Read on.
Teeth of wild beasts and scorpions, serpents, and the sword, punishing the wicked to destruction.
So the Most High uses destructive angels to serve a destructive purpose. That is the will of the Heavenly Father. It is no other devil or some rogue spirit that goes against the orders of the Father. No. The Most High uses the devil for his purpose also. We'll go into that in a few weeks. I got a class for that coming up. But let's continue.
They shall rejoice in his commandment.
They're going to rejoice in the Most High's commandment because that's what they were created to do.
Yep.
These three angels were only created to destroy and whip asses. They weren't created to talk and heal. That wasn't what they were meant to do.
How you feel?
Compassionate.
The compassionate. Because you're going to sit back and hear how this angel, these two men, these angels talk to Heliodorus as Onias III is sending up these prayers. It lets you know where their heart is at. But let's continue.
And they shall be ready upon earth when need is, and when their time is come.
And by the order of the Heavenly Father. Read on.
Shall not transgress his word.
They're not going to transgress their word because they were only created to do what they were going to do. There's only one way of thinking. These three were created to destroy. So when the Most High says, I want you to just, yes, I will be destroying. Because that's what I'm created to do. Read on.
Therefore, from the beginning, I was resolved and thought upon these things, and have left them in writing. All the works of the Lord are good.
These destructive spirits are good. Because there's a purpose for those destructive spirits. Read on.
And he will give every needful thing in due season.
And this is the season for somebody to be an example of not to go back into that temple. So as Heliodorus is on his deathbed, laying down, and he's in and out of consciousness, and Onias is praying for his life, what do these two angels tell him as he is literally grasping for life. Read on. Let's go back to 2 Maccabees 3 and verse 33. 33.
That. 2 Maccabees chapter 3 and verse 33.
Uh-huh.
2 Maccabees chapter 3 and verse 33. Now, as the high priest was making an atonement.
So as he was making an atonement and praying, that the Most High looks after Heliodorus and heals him. Read on.
The same young man in the same clothing appeared and stood beside Heliodorus.
So these two angels got right next to Heliodorus in his hospital bed, looking down at him.
Yeah.
And one on one side, one on the other, looking at him. What does he say?
Saying, give Onias, the high priest, great thanks.
You better thank Onias, young blood, because he's about to be dead out here, man. You better thank him. You better thank him. We want to kill you. That's all I want to do. I want to kill you now. I really want to kill you now. You lucky Onias is praying for you. Because we ain't finished our job. We didn't finish what we were supposed to come out here for.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm playing. This is what these angels are saying. You lucky, boy. You lucky. You lucky. He's praying for you.
That's like
I ain't done yet.
That's like J.D. Vance said to Zelensky. You ain't say thank you one time.
Yeah, bro.
So you never said thank you.
Bro, these guys have him up saying, listen, bro, I want to kill you. I want to kill you. Ooh, let me kill him, Lord. Let me kill him, Lord. Let me finish him, Lord. I want him bad, Lord. You want me to kill him in the first? Let me kill him, Lord. Ooh, you lucky pray to the Most High. You lucky pray to the Most High.
That's the worst thing.
This is an angel literally looking at him like, bro, you lucky. Ooh,
he's menacing.
Ooh,
yeah. That's
bloodthirst. That man has a bloodlust. That angel has bloodlust.
That's the angelic scared straight program,
bro. I know, man. I know.
Yeah. It really is.
He's like, ooh, let me finish him off, Lord. You lucky on nice pray. You lucky.
Yeah.
If he didn't pray for you, I'll finish you off right now.
I was gonna vice let him about
breaking
back at the same.
Golly,
bro.
Yeah, bro. Treat you like Bane. Well, let's read this. Let's read this finished report.
Saying, give Onias the high priest great thanks, insomuch as for his sake the Lord hath granted thee life.
He's like, for his sake, man, the Lord backed me off. If the Lord wouldn't have backed me off you and he didn't pray for you, I would have finished you right now. You lucky. You lucky. Come on, man. You lucky. You lucky. He didn't know how lucky he is.
Listen, bro. He got a Hebrew accent out when he was talking.
Bro, and you know that voice and those faces.
He had some deep bass out.
Pure Judah.
Yes, he had a
pure Judah death.
He had some real sharp, he had some
striations in his neck.
Yeah, veins, striations out. Real good shiny skin out. Real potent cheekbones out.
Bro, and all this man wants is to kill. And you think this guy is living with that for the rest of his life? Hell yeah, he is. That is PTSD until he's gone. That is what PTSD is. What's wrong, Heliodorus? I had a bad dream. It was a very bad dream.
This is real. This is real.
This is forever. This is the rest of his life. But keep going on.
And seeing that thou hast been scourged from heaven, declare unto all men the mighty power of the Most High.
He said, you better let everybody know about this ass kicking we gave you this weekend.
Don't be like
let the whole world know about this ass whipping. Golly.
You better teach it that.
You better be a prophet now.
Don't go over there. Don't go over there.
That's what he says, Zach. Golly, let's keep going, man.
And when they had spoken these words, they appeared no more.
And they left that, and they vanished that. In the same place they came from. Golly. Anyway, but let's keep going. That was a bad day. Let's keep going.
So Heliodorus, after he had offered sacrifice unto the
Lord,
Lord,
he got up and got healed, and he started, I got to sacrifice some animals. What kind of animals do I got to get? What do I got to give? How much? Done. He's giving rams and bullocks and oxes. What do I got to do? Sin offering, I will pay. I don't care. Out of my pocket. That money's staying in there.
Yeah.
That money's staying there. What do I got to be out of my pocket to get this right with the Lord? Because you don't think these guys are going to follow me back home, right?
I do have a question though. I would like to know. Maybe I'm tripping like that, but like I would be able to say this happened to me. And I was going to order to do it.
Well, he can't get mad at the king. You can get mad at the king. You gonna die in
Something missing.
No,
he can't do that either.
No, the Inquisition should be on Simon, but he has so much political power. He ain't getting hit. He ain't gonna hit the governor. The problem is this was a temporary win in a large-scale war. There's a large damn scale war that is happening. That this victory, it should have established shockwaves in the nation to get them to change, but they didn't. They didn't take this lesson and roll with it. This is almost like a small victory for the poor, but the elite still want what they want. The elite's going to push what they want regardless. And that's what starts to happen next week. And next week in class or in chapter 4 is when things get really bad for us again. But let's continue. Today we want to make it a happy note. Every week is like bad news about the Jews. Today is a win. So we're going to focus on the win today. And next week we'll read about how bad things are. Because it's coming. Read on.
And made great vows unto him that had saved his life.
So he's making vows to Onias. He's gonna salute some Onias. Do whatever he gotta do to thank Onias for helping him get his life saved. We'll continue.
And saluted Onias. Returned with his host to the king.
Mm-hmm.
Then testified he to all men that and testified he to all men the works of the great power.
He's not teaching the Bible. He's teaching the scriptures. He's teaching the gospel. God is good. God is right. You got to follow this God over here. He's in everybody in his circle. Yeah. This is the real God. Read on.
Which he had seen with his eyes. And when the king asked Heliodorus who might be a fit man to be sent yet once again to Jerusalem.
To be sent to do what? To get this money. How many people do we need to get this money from Jerusalem? Because he still got these tax on his head. You think he gives a damn about that report?
Nah.
Listen, man. So who can I get? Who's going to be worthy to go out here and get this money, man? We still need this money, man. You wet my beak. I'm hyped. I want to see what this money look like, man. I want it in my hands. So who's going to send to get this money? Who's prepared to do that? Read on.
He said, if thou hast any enemy or traitor.
You got some guys you don't like, send them to 7777 Jerusalem Lane and go get that gold from there. Golly, any enemy or traitor. Read on.
Send him thither, and thou shalt receive him well scourged.
Read on.
If he escape with his life.
That's if he makes it.
That's if he makes it. Read on.
For in that place, no doubt, there is a special power of the Most High.
There's a special power of the Most High there. But in order for the Most High to show that power, we have to be humble. And the leadership has to be right. And if the leadership is right, the thing is this. When the people saw how the leader was affected, they locked back in and turned to the Heavenly Father. So in order for the Most High to come through for us at that level, the leadership has to be right, and at least the poor and the regular people got to be ready to serve too. Everybody wasn't locked in Jerusalem, but at least the poor and the leader was locked in, and that provided the Most High to defend it. That's what it takes. Read on.
For he that dwelleth in heaven hath his eye on that place.
And he says his eye is on Jerusalem. The power that dwells in heaven, wherever you want to call it, Zeus, whatever. He's looking at that place. That matters, and that place is important to him. Regardless of what you think, what anybody thinks, that place is legit. Read on.
And defendeth it. And he beareth and destroyeth.
And he beateth.
Oh, sorry. And he beateth and destroyeth them that come to hurt it.
Man, when we're living right, he does that. When we're living wrong, he'll allow somebody to come in and ransack it.
Yep.
Because the funny thing is this. He said, man, he'll beat the person that comes to this land. But how did Antiochus Epiphanes get in there and not get beat initially? He allowed Antiochus to come in there and destroy it because we didn't deserve protection at that particular point. You got to earn protection. We want protection. You got to earn. You got to live right enough to earn the protection that you say you want it. Onias the third earned that protection. The Israelites and the regime after him did not earn that protection. But that's a lesson for us. Protection is earned. People, your footsteps. God's been grabbing you in the sand. He's going to look after you. Listen, man, if you ain't living right, you ain't getting picked up in the sand and there's just one pair of footsteps. That's not the case.
Nope.
You earn protection by your conduct. And when your conduct isn't right, you are exposed to whatever damages and spirits that are waiting to smash you anyway. It's a very important lesson for us to learn.
Yeah, great point. That's why Job and Satan told him, you put a hedge about him on every side.
Done. When he's living right, that's what you earn. And then when the righteous people are getting stung, it's for their growth and benefit down the line anyway. So whatever Job lost, he doubled it on the back end. So let's continue.
And the things concerning Heliodorus and the keeping of the treasury fell out of this sort.
So, the truth is he didn't get the money. He didn't get the treasury money, and that pursuit fizzled out down the line. And now let's finish off the class and go to Daniel's 11 and 20 again, where we started.
Daniel chapter 11 and verse 20. Then shall stand up in his estate a raiser of taxes in the glory of the kingdom.
Seleucus the fourth Philopator was the raiser of taxes. Read on.
But within few days,
to be specifically 7 years. So when it says a few days, it's really a short period of time. Seleucus the fourth Philopator reigned for 7 years. He reigned for 7 years. Read on.
He shall be destroyed, neither in anger nor in battle.
He didn't get killed in battle. And he didn't get killed in some fit of rage. He got killed by a man named Heliodorus. So Heliodorus actually killed him. So whether it's the Heliodorus the treasurer killed him, or another Heliodorus ended up killing Ptolemy, Seleucus the fourth Philopator, which was the reign of the Seleucid line. He got wiped out in 7 years, and then Antiochus Epiphanes comes in next. Now there's rumors that Heliodorus was under orders of Antiochus, and Antiochus the fourth Epiphanes killed his brother. That's rumors that that happened the case. Antiochus killed his brother, or Heliodorus killed him on his own volition. But that was historically what happened, and it ties in exactly with Daniel's 11 and 20. He was known to raise the taxes, and he was also killed in a national fighting situation. So either it was from Antiochus the fourth, or it was from Heliodorus directly, and that was it. And that's the end of that topic. That's the end of that 7 year span dealing with Ptolemy. I keep saying Ptolemy. Seleucus the fourth. These names get very difficult after a time, but that is the end of that saga. Are there any questions? I hope that was clear, because next week it goes into Antiochus the fourth. But specifically, we're not really focusing on Antiochus Epiphanes yet. We're focusing on the negative that we did that led to his really awakening and his fury towards us. Because initially, Antiochus Epiphanes was guilty of just siding with the highest bidder. He was okay with the Jews. He didn't believe in what we believed in, but he was just working us and using us to get the best financial benefit to him. Then it changed from just using us for financial benefit to coming and destroying and eradicating us as a nation. It didn't start like that. And we're going to start seeing how his temperament towards us got worse the more wicked we got. The more wicked we got towards our own people, the more wicked he got towards us. And you'll start seeing that tie-in as we explain the stories in 2 Maccabees chapter 4, 2 Maccabees chapter 5. But before we go into that, and before we go into our prayers, once again, y'all, we are in the midst of building and putting together our school. So if you guys have anything to help us with the building, we appreciate it. Cash App is right on top. And if you guys want to support, we're there for y'all. Since concerning, people say that people have guardian angels. There's nothing in the scriptures that really say that. So we don't really focus and emphasize on guardian angels. But just know, when you're operating with the Most High does protect us in our endeavors.
And we pray that the Most High sends his angels to encamp themselves around us. That's something that we can't pray for.
And know that's historical too, because angels encamped themselves around Elisha and protected Elisha during times of adversity when the Syrian army was trying to destroy him.
Yeah.
So we can't say that there is a particular guy or person that's over us. But just know, if your conduct is connected to the Heavenly Father, he will send spirits to protect us. Okay? So once again, check out that Cash App, y'all, if y'all can. If not, we understand. And we're going to send our prayers to the Most High right now. Amajim Opunya Yerushalayim.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
Okay. Yahweh. In the name of Yahweh Shai.
In the name of Yahweh Shai.
Please listen to us right now.
Please listen to us right now.
Send Michael and the righteous angels to watch over, bless, heal, protect, and make strong the people of Yasharallah. Also send unto us much wisdom, much knowledge, much understanding, much patience, much faith, much brotherhood, and much love, spiritual power, and forgive all of our sins. Yahweh Shai come quickly. For in thee is our hope. Always and forever. Amen. Okay. Baruch Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai. Nothing
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the law.
Baruch Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the light to see.
Baruch Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives us the ram's horn to call the people.
Baruch Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai. Shimon, Zayat, Ramashak, Yasharallah.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
Psalms 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
It is a good thing to give thanks to the Lord.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
O Yahweh. To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
And thy faithfulness every night.
And thy faithfulness every night.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
And upon the psaltery.
And upon the psaltery.
Upon the harp.
Upon the harp.
With the solemn sound.
The solemn sound.
For thou Yahweh.
For thou Yahweh.
Hast made me glad through thy work.
Hast made me glad through thy work.
I will triumph. In the works of thy hands.
In the works of thy hands.
O Yahweh. How great are thy works. And thy thoughts are very deep.
Thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth not.
A brutish man knoweth not.
Neither doth the fool understand this.
Neither doth the fool understand this.
When the wicked spring is the grass.
When the wicked spring is the grass.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
It is that they should be destroyed forever.
It is that they should be destroyed forever.
But thou Yahweh art most high forevermore.
Art most high forevermore.
For lo thy enemies.
For lo thy enemies.
O Yahweh. For lo thy enemies shall perish. All the workers of iniquity
all the works of iniquity
shall be scattered. But my horn shall not exalt.
But my horn shall not exalt.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
Mine eye also shall see.
Mine eye also shall see.
My desire of my enemies. And my ear shall hear.
And my ear shall hear.
My desire of the wicked that rise up against me. The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord.
Shall flourish in the courts of our power.
Shall flourish in the courts of our power.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
To show that the Lord is upright.
To show that the Lord is upright.
He is my rock.
He is my rock.
There is no unrighteousness in him.
There is no righteousness in him.
By Hashem Yahushua. Psalms 133. Shayar, Hamayawa, Ladawad, Hana, Ma, Tawad, Wama, La'ayam, Shabbat, Akim, Gum, Yachad, Kashaman, Hatawad, Ayam, Hara'ash, Yarad, Ayam, Hazakwan, Zakwan, Aharan, Shayaran, Ayam, Hayah, Manawat Yawa, Qatar, Charamwan, Shayarat, Ayel, Haroya, Tazayawan, Kaya, Sham, Tazawat, Yahweh, Habaraka, Kayayam, Hadwalam, by Shem Yahshua.
Psalms 133 in English. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life forevermore. Amen.
Amen. Yahweh by Shem Yahushua.
Yahweh by Shem Yahushua.
Yahweh by Shem Yahushua. Rachel. Rashroya. Rabiyat. Support. Yahweh by Shem Yahushua. Rachel. Rashroya. Rabiyat. Support. Yahweh by Shem Yahushua. Rachel. Rashroya. Rabiyat. Support. Yahweh, Hashem, Yahushua, Rachel, Rashroya, Rabiyat, support. Barakatah Yahweh, Barakatah Yahushua, Barakatah Yahweh, Barakatah Yahushua, Barakatah Yahweh, Barakatah Yahushua, Barakatah Yahweh, Barakatah Yahushua. All knowledge, all wisdom, all understanding, all mercy, all patience, all long suffering, all power from Yahweh, all power from Yahweh, all power from Yahweh. By Hashem, Yahushua, the water, the Yad, Aman. So look.
Salute out the heavenly order. Yahweh, Yahushua, Woko Yasha'Allah, individual. Aman. What?
Yahweh Hashem Yahushua Barakatah.
From the top. John face sisters. Let's just place that. Mon Shabbat. Salute on the daughter of Zion. Men of Israel. Aman. What?
Yahweh Shema by Hashem Yahushua. Yes, from the top. Dismiss. Voilà. Israel 12 tuning in. See y'all on Monday, all right? Thanks again.
Come again.
Appreciate it.